Hello. Tonight, we begin with the most fascinating fairy tale. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Tale of a tortoise and of a mischievous monkey. Once upon a time, there was a country where the rivers were larger and the forests deeper than anywhere else. Hardly any men came there, and the wild creatures had it all to themselves and used to play all sorts of strange games with each other. The great trees, chained one to the other by thick flowering plants with bright scarlet or yellow blossoms, were famous hiding places for the monkeys, who could wait unseen till a puma or an elephant passed by, and then jump on their backs and go for a ride, swinging themselves up by the creepers when they had had enough. Near the rivers, huge tortoises were to be found, and though to our eyes a tortoise seems a dull, slow thing, it is wonderful to think how clever they were, and how often they outwitted many of their livelier friends. There was one tortoise in particular that always managed to get the better of everybody, and many were the tales told in the forest of his great deeds. They began when he was quite young and tired of staying at home with his father and mother. He left them one day and walked off in search of adventures. In a wide open space surrounded by trees, he met with an elephant who was having his supper before taking his evening bath in the river, which ran close by. "Let us see which of us two is strongest," said the young tortoise, marching up to the elephant. "Very well," replied the elephant, much amused at the impertinence of the little creature. "When would you like the trial to be?" "In an hour's time. I have some business to do first," answered the tortoise, and he hastened away as fast as his short legs would carry him. In a pool of the river, a whale was resting, blowing water into the air and making a lovely fountain. The tortoise, however, was too young and too busy to admire such things, and he called to the whale to stop, as he wanted to speak to him. "Would you like to try which of us is the stronger?" said he. The whale looked at him, sent up another fountain, and answered, "Oh, yes, certainly. When do you wish to begin?" "I am quite ready." "Then give me one of your longest bones, and I will fasten it to my leg. When I give the signal, you must pull, and we will see which can pull the hardest." "Very good," replied the whale, and he took out one of his bones and passed it to the tortoise. The tortoise picked up the end of the bone in his mouth and went back to the elephant. "I will fasten this to your leg," said he, "in the same way as it is fastened to mine, and we must both pull as hard as we can. we shall soon see which is the stronger." So he wound it carefully round the elephant's leg and tied it in a firm knot. "Now!" cried he, plunging into a thick bush behind him. The whale tugged at one end, and the elephant tugged at the other, and neither had any idea that he had not the tortoise for his foe. When the whale pulled hardest, the elephant was dragged into the water, and when the elephant pulled the hardest, the whale was hauled onto the land. They were very evenly matched, and the battle was a hard one. At last they were quite tired, and the tortoise, who was watching, saw that they could play no more. So he crept from his hiding place, and dipping himself in the river, he went to the elephant and said, "I see that you really are stronger than I thought. Suppose we give it up for today." Then he dried himself on some moss and went to the whale and said, "I see that you really are stronger than I thought. Suppose we give it up for today." The two adversaries were only too glad to be allowed to rest, and believed to the end of their days that, after all, the tortoise was stronger than either of them. A day or two later, the young tortoise was taking a stroll when he met a fox and stopped to speak to him. "Let us try," said he in a careless manner. "Which of us can lie buried in the ground during 7 years?" "I shall be delighted," answered the fox. "Only I would rather that you began." "It is all the same to me," replied the tortoise. "If you come round this way tomorrow, you will see that I have fulfilled my part of the bargain." So he looked about for a suitable place and found a convenient hole at the foot of an orange tree. He crept into it, and the next morning the fox heaped up the earth round him and promised to feed him every day with fresh fruit. The fox so far kept his word that each morning when the sun rose, he appeared to ask how the tortoise was getting on. "Oh, very well, but I wish you would give me some fruit," replied he. "Alas, the fruit is not ripe enough yet for you to eat," answered the fox, who hoped that the tortoise would die of hunger long before the 7 years were over. Oh dear, I am so hungry," cried the tortoise. "I am sure you must be, but it will be all right tomorrow," said the fox, trotting off, not knowing that the oranges dropped down the hollow trunk straight into the tortoise's hole, and that he had as many as he could possibly eat. So the 7 years went by, and when the tortoise came out of his hole, he was as fat as ever. Now it was the fox's turn, and he chose his hole, and the tortoise heaped the earth round, promising to return every day or two with a nice young bird for his dinner. "Well, how are you getting on?" he would ask cheerfully when he paid his visits. "Oh, all right. Only I wish you had brought a bird with you," answered the fox. "I have been so unlucky. I have never been able to catch one," replied the tortoise. "However, I shall be more fortunate tomorrow, I am sure." But not many tomorrows after, when the tortoise arrived with his usual question. "Well, how are you getting on?" he received no answer, for the fox was lying in his hole quite still, dead of hunger. By this time, the tortoise was grown up and was looked up to throughout the forest as a person to be feared for his strength and wisdom. But he was not considered a very swift runner until an adventure with a deer added to his fame. One day, when he was basking in the sun, a stag passed by and stopped for a little conversation. "Would you care to see which of us can run fastest?" asked the tortoise, after some talk. The stag thought the question so silly that he only shrugged his shoulders. "Of course, the victor would have the right to kill the other," went on the tortoise. "Oh, on that condition, I agree," answered the deer. "But I am afraid you are a dead man. It is no use trying to frighten me," replied the tortoise. "But I should like 3 days for training. Then I shall be ready to start when the sun strikes on the big tree at the edge of the great clearing." The first thing the tortoise did was to call his brothers and his cousins together, and he posted them carefully under ferns all along the line of the great clearing, making a sort of ladder which stretched for many miles. This done to his satisfaction, he went back to the starting place. The stag was quite punctual, and as soon as the sun's rays struck the trunk of the tree, the stag started off and was soon far out of the sight of the tortoise. Every now and then he would turn his head as he ran and call out, "How are you getting on?" And the tortoise, who happened to be nearest at that moment, would answer, "All right, I am close up to you." Full of astonishment, the stag would redouble his efforts, but it was no use. Each time he asked, "Are you there?" the answer would come, "Yes, of course. Where else should I be?" And the stag ran and ran and ran till he could run no more, and dropped down dead on the grass. And the tortoise, when he thinks about it, laughs still. But the tortoise was not the only creature of whose tricks stories were told in the forest. There was a famous monkey who was just as clever and more mischievous, because he was so much quicker on his feet and with his hands. It was quite impossible to catch him and give him the thrashing he so often deserved, for he just swung himself up into a tree and laughed at the angry victim who was sitting below. Sometimes, however, the inhabitants of the forest were so foolish as to provoke him, and then they got the worst of it. This was what happened to the barber, whom the monkey visited one morning, saying that he wished to be shaved. The barber bowed politely to his customer, and begging him to be seated, tied a large cloth round his neck and rubbed his chin with soap. But instead of cutting off his beard, the barber made a snip at the end of his tail. It was only a very little bit, and the monkey started up more in rage than in pain. "Give me back the end of my tail," he roared, "or I will take one of your razors." The barber refused to give back the missing piece, So the monkey caught up a razor from the table and ran away with it. And no one in the forest could be shaved for days, as there was not another to be got for miles and miles. As he was making his way to his own particular palm tree, where the coconuts grew, which were so useful for pelting passers-by, he met a woman who was scaling a fish with a bit of wood. For in this side of the forest, a few people lived in huts near the river. "That must be hard work," said the monkey, stopping to look. "Try my knife. You will get on quicker." And he handed her the razor as he spoke. A few days later, he came back and rapped at the door of the hut. "I have called for my razor," he said when the woman appeared. "I have lost it," answered she. "If you don't give it to me at once, I will take your sardine," replied the monkey, who did not believe her. The woman protested she had not got the knife, so he took the sardine and ran off. A little further along, he saw a baker who was standing at the door, eating one of his loaves. "That must be rather dry," said the monkey. "Try my fish." And the man did not need twice telling. A few days later, the monkey stopped again at the baker's hut. "I've called for that fish," he said. "That fish? But I have eaten it," exclaimed the baker in dismay. "If you have eaten it, I shall take this barrel of meal in exchange," replied the monkey. And he walked off with the barrel under his arm. As he went, he saw a woman with a group of little girls round her, teaching them how to dress hair. "Here is something to make cakes for the children," he said, putting down his barrel, which by this time he found rather heavy. The children were delighted and ran directly to find some flat stones to bake their cakes on, and when they had made and eaten them, they thought they had never tasted anything so nice. Indeed, when they saw the monkey approaching not long after, they rushed to meet him, hoping that he was bringing them some more presents. But he took no notice of their questions. He only said to their mother, "I've called for my barrel of meal." "Why, you gave it to me to make cakes of," cried the mother. "If I can't get my barrel of meal, I shall take one of your children," answered the monkey. "I am in want of somebody who can bake my bread when I am tired of fruit, and who knows how to make coconut cakes. Oh, leave me my child, and I will find you another barrel of meal," wept the mother. "I don't want another barrel. I want that one," answered the monkey sternly. And as the woman stood wringing her hands, he caught up the little girl that he thought the prettiest and took her to his home in the palm tree. She never went back to the hut, but on the whole, she was not much to be pitied. For monkeys are nearly as good as children to play with, and they taught her how to swing and to climb and to fly from tree to tree and everything else they knew, which was a great deal. Now the monkey's tiresome tricks had made him many enemies in the forest, but no one hated him so much as the puma. The cause of their quarrel was known only to themselves, but everybody was aware of the fact, and took care to be out of the way when there was any chance of these two meeting. Often and often, the puma had laid traps for the monkey, which he felt sure his foe could not escape, and the monkey would pretend that he saw nothing, and rejoice the hidden puma's heart by seeming to walk straight into the snare, when "Loo!" a loud laugh would be heard, and the monkey's grinning face would peer out of a mass of creepers and disappear before his foe could reach him. This state of things had gone on for quite a long while, when at last there came a season such as the oldest parrot in the forest could never remember. Instead of 200 or 300 inches of rain falling, which they were all accustomed to, month after month passed without a cloud, and the rivers and springs dried up, till there was only one small pool left for everyone to drink from. There was not an animal for miles round that did not grieve over this shocking condition of affairs. Not one at least, except the puma. His only thought for years had been how to get the monkey into his power, and this time he imagined his chance had really arrived. He would hide himself in a thicket, and when the monkey came down to drink, and come he must, the puma would spring out and seize him. Yes, on this occasion, there could be no escape, and no more there would have been if the puma had had greater patience. But in his excitement, he moved a little too soon. The monkey, who was stooping to drink, heard a rustling, and turning, caught the gleam of two yellow, murderous eyes. With a mighty spring, he grasped a creeper which was hanging above him, and landed himself on the branch of a tree, feeling the breath of the puma on his feet as the animal bounded from his cover. Never had the monkey been so near death, and it was some time before he recovered enough courage to venture on the ground again. Up there in the shelter of the trees, he began to turn over in his head plans for escaping the snares of the puma. And at length, chance helped him. Peeping down to the earth, he saw a man coming along the path, carrying on his head a large gourd filled with honey. He waited till the man was just underneath the tree. Then he hung from a bough and caught the gourd, while the man looked up, wondering, for he was no tree climber. Then the monkey rubbed the honey all over him, and a quantity of leaves from a creeper that was hanging close by. He stuck them all close together into the honey, so that he looked like a walking bush. This finished, he ran to the pool to see the result, and, quite pleased with himself, set out in search of adventures. Soon the report went through the forest that a new animal had appeared from no one knew where, and that when somebody had asked his name, the strange creature had answered that it was Jack in the Green. Thanks to this, the monkey was allowed to drink at the pool as often as he liked, for neither beast nor bird had the faintest notion who he was. And if they made any inquiries, the only answer they got was that the water of which he had drunk deeply had turned his hair into leaves, so that they all knew what would happen in case they became too greedy. By and by, the great rains began again. The rivers and streams filled up, and there was no need for him to go back to the pool near the home of his enemy, the puma, as there was a large number of places for him to choose from. So one night, when everything was still and silent, and even the chattering parrots were asleep on one leg, the monkey stole down softly from his perch and washed off the honey and the leaves, and came out from his bath in his own proper skin. On his way to breakfast, he met a rabbit and stopped for a little talk. "I am feeling rather dull," he remarked. "I think it would do me good to hunt a while. What do you say?" "Oh, I am quite willing," answered the rabbit, proud of being spoken to by such a large creature. "But the question is, what shall we hunt? There is no credit in going after an elephant or a tiger," replied the monkey, stroking his chin. "They are so big, they could not possibly get out of your way. It shows much more skill to be able to catch a small thing that can hide itself in a moment behind a leaf. I'll tell you what, suppose I hunt butterflies, and you, serpents." The rabbit, who was young and without experience, was delighted with this idea, and they both set out on their various ways. The monkey quietly climbed up the nearest tree and ate fruit most of the day. But the rabbit tired himself to death, poking his nose into every heap of dried leaves he saw, hoping to find a serpent among them. Luckily for himself, the serpents were all away for the afternoon, at a meeting of their own, for there is nothing a serpent likes so well for dinner as a nice, plump rabbit. But as it was, the dried leaves were all empty, and the rabbit at last fell asleep where he was. Then the monkey, who had been watching him, fell down and pulled his ears, to the rage of the rabbit, who vowed vengeance. It was not easy to catch the monkey off his guard, and the rabbit waited long before an opportunity arrived. But one day, Jack in the Green was sitting on a stone, wondering what he should do next, when the rabbit crept softly behind him and gave his tail a sharp pull. The monkey gave a shriek of pain and darted up into a tree. But when he saw that it was only the rabbit who had schemed to insult him so, he chattered so fast in his anger and looked so fierce that the rabbit fled into the nearest hole and stayed there for several days, trembling with fright. Soon after this adventure, The monkey went away into another part of the country, right on the outskirts of the forest, where there was a beautiful garden full of oranges hanging ripe from the trees. This garden was a favorite place for birds of all kinds, each hoping to secure an orange for dinner. And in order to frighten the birds away and keep a little fruit for himself, the master had fastened a waxen figure on one of the boughs. Now the monkey was as fond of oranges as any of the birds. And when he saw a man standing in the tree where the largest and sweetest oranges grew, he spoke to him at once. "You man," he said rudely, "throw me down that big orange up there, or I will throw a stone at you." The wax figure took no notice of this request, so the monkey, who was easily made angry, picked up a stone and flung it with all his force. But instead of falling to the ground again, the stone stuck to the soft wax. At this moment, a breeze shook the tree, and the orange on which the monkey had set his heart dropped from the bough. He picked it up and ate it, every bit, including the rind. And it was so good, he thought he should like another. So he called again to the wax figure to throw him an orange, and as the figure did not move, he hurled another stone, which stuck to the wax as the first had done. Seeing that the man was quite indifferent to stones, the monkey grew more angry still, and climbing the tree hastily, gave the figure a violent kick. But like the two stones, his leg remained stuck to the wax, and he was held fast. "Let me go at once, or I will give you another kick," he cried, suiting the action to the word. And this time, also his foot remained in the grasp of the man. Not knowing what he did, the monkey hit out, first with one hand, and then with the other. And when he found that he was literally bound hand and foot, he became so mad with anger and terror that in his struggles he fell to the ground, dragging the figure after him. This freed his hands and feet, but besides the shock of the fall, they had tumbled into a bed of thorns, and he limped away, broken and bruised, and groaning loudly. For when monkeys are hurt, they take pains that everybody shall know it. It was a long time before Jack was well enough to go about again. But when he did, he had an encounter with his old enemy, the puma. And this was how it came about. One day, the puma invited his friend the stag to go with him and see a comrade who was famous for the good milk he got from his cows. The stag loved milk and gladly accepted the invitation. And when the sun began to get a little low, the two started on their walk. On the way, they arrived on the banks of a river, and as there were no bridges in those days, it was necessary to swim across it. The stag was not fond of swimming, and began to say that he was tired, and thought that, after all, it was not worth going so far to get milk, and that he would return home. But the puma easily saw through these excuses and laughed at him. "The river is not deep at all," he said. "Why, you will never be off your feet. Come, pluck up your courage and follow me." The stag was afraid of the river. Still, he was much more afraid of being laughed at, and he plunged in after the puma. But in an instant, the current had swept him away, and if it had not borne him by accident to a shallow place on the opposite side, where he managed to scramble up the bank, he would certainly have been drowned. As it was, he scrambled out, shaking with terror, and found the puma waiting for him. "You had a narrow escape that time," said the puma, after resting for a few minutes to let the stag recover from his fright. They went on their way till they came to a grove of bananas. "They look very good," observed the puma with a longing glance. "And I am sure you must be hungry, friend stag. Suppose you were to climb the tree and get some. You shall eat the green ones. They are the best and sweetest, and you can throw the yellow ones down to me. I dare say they will do quite well." The stag did as he was bid, though, not being used to climbing, it gave him a deal of trouble and sore knees, and besides, his horns were continually getting entangled in the creepers. What was worse, when once he had tasted the bananas, he found them not at all to his liking. So he threw them all down, green and yellow alike, and let the puma take his choice. And what a dinner he made! When he had quite done, they set forth once more. The path lay through a field of maize, where several men were working. As they came up to them, the puma whispered, "Go on in front, friend stag, and just say, 'Bad luck to all workers.'" The stag obeyed, but the men were hot and tired, and did not think this a good joke. So they set their dogs at him, and he was obliged to run away as fast as he could. "I hope your industry will be rewarded as it deserves," said the puma as he passed along. And the men were pleased, and offered him some of their maize to eat. By and by, the puma saw a small snake with a beautiful shining skin, lying coiled up at the foot of a tree. "What a lovely bracelet that would make for your daughter, friend stag," said he. The stag stooped and picked up the snake, which bit him, and he turned angrily to the puma. "Why did you not tell me it would bite?" he asked. "Is it my fault if you are an idiot?" replied the puma. At last they reached their journey's end, but by this time it was late, and the puma's comrade was ready for bed. So they slung their hammocks in convenient places and went to sleep. But in the middle of the night, the puma rose. Softly, and stole out of the door to the sheepfold, where he killed and ate the fattest sheep he could find, and taking a bowl full of its blood, he sprinkled the sleeping stag with it. This done, he returned to bed. In the morning, the shepherd went as usual to let the sheep out of the fold, and found one of them missing. He thought directly of the puma, and ran to accuse him of having eaten the sheep. "I, my good man? What had put it into your head to think of such a thing? Have I got any blood about me? If anyone has eaten a sheep, it must be my friend the stag." Then the shepherd went to examine the sleeping stag, and of course he saw the blood. "Ah, I will teach you how to steal," cried he, and he hit the stag such a blow on his skull that he died in a moment. The noise awakened the comrade above, and he came downstairs. The puma greeted him with joy and begged he might have some of the famous milk as soon as possible, for he was very thirsty. A large bucket was set before the puma directly. He drank it to the last drop, and then took leave. On his way home, he met the monkey. "Are you fond of milk?" asked he. "I know a place where you get it very nice. I will show you it if you like." The monkey knew that the puma was not so good-natured for nothing, but he felt quite able to take care of himself, so he said he should have much pleasure in accompanying his friend. They soon reached the same river, and as before, the puma remarked, "Friend monkey, you will find it very shallow. There is no cause for fear. Jump in, and I will follow." "Do you think you have the stag to deal with?" asked the monkey, laughing. "I should prefer to follow. If not, I shall go no further." The puma understood that it was useless trying to make the monkey do as he wished, so he chose a shallow place and began to swim across. The monkey waited till the puma had got to the middle. Then he gave a great spring and jumped on his back, knowing quite well that the puma would be afraid to shake him off, lest he should be swept away into deep water. So in this manner they reached the bank. The banana grove was not far distant, and here the puma thought he would pay the monkey out for forcing him to carry him over the river. "Friend monkey, look what fine bananas," cried he. "You are fond of climbing. Suppose you run up and throw me down a few. You can eat the green ones, which are the nicest, and I will be content with the yellow." "Very well," answered the monkey, swinging himself up, but he ate all the yellow ones himself, and only threw down the green ones that were left. The puma was furious, and cried out, "I will punch your head for that." But the monkey only answered, "If you are going to talk such nonsense, I won't walk with you." And the puma was silent. In a few minutes more, they arrived at the field, where the men were reaping the maize, and the puma remarked, as he had done before, "Friend monkey, If you wish to please these men, just say as you go by, 'Bad luck to all workers.'" "Very well," replied the monkey, but instead he nodded and smiled and said, "I hope your industry may be rewarded as it deserves." The men thanked him heartily, let him pass on, and the puma followed behind him. Further along the path, they saw the shining snake lying on the moss. "What a lovely necklace for your daughter," exclaimed the puma. "Pick it up and take it with you. You are very kind, but I will leave it for you," answered the monkey, and nothing more was said about the snake. Not long after this, they reached the comrade's house and found him just ready to go to bed. So, without stopping to talk, the guests slung their hammocks, the monkey taking care to place his so high that no one could get at him. Besides, he thought it would be more prudent not to fall asleep, so he only lay still and snored loudly. When it was quite dark and no sound was to be heard, the puma crept out to the sheepfold, killed the sheep, and carried back a bowl full of its blood with which to sprinkle the monkey. But the monkey, who had been watching out of the corner of his eye, waited until the puma drew near, and with a violent kick upset the bowl all over the puma himself. When the puma saw what had happened, he turned in a great hurry to leave the house. But before he could do so, he saw the shepherd coming, and hastily lay down again. "This is the second time I have lost a sheep," the man said to the monkey. "It will be the worse for the thief when I catch him, I can tell you." The monkey did not answer, but silently pointed to the puma who was pretending to be asleep. The shepherd stooped and saw the blood and cried out, "Ah, so it is you, is it? Then take that." And with his stick, he gave the puma such a blow on the head that he died then and there. Then the monkey got up and went to the dairy and drank all the milk he could find. Afterwards, he returned home and married, and that is the last we heard of him. The Knights of the Fish. Once upon a time, there lived an old cobbler who worked hard at his trade from morning till night, and scarcely gave himself a moment to eat. But, industrious as he was, he could hardly buy bread and cheese for himself and his wife, and they grew thinner and thinner daily. For a long while, they pretended to each other that they had no appetite, and that a few blackberries from the hedges were a great deal nicer than a good, strong bowl of soup. But at length there came a day when the cobbler could bear it no longer, and he threw away his last, and borrowing a rod from a neighbor, he went out to fish. Now the cobbler was as patient about fishing as he had been about cobbling. From dawn to dark, he stood on the banks of the little stream, without hooking anything better than an eel or a few old shoes, that even he, clever though he was, felt were not worth mending. At length, his patience began to give way, and as he undressed one night, he said to himself, "Well, I will give it one more chance, and if I don't catch a fish tomorrow, I will go and hang myself." He had not cast his line for 10 minutes the next morning before he drew from the river the most beautiful fish he had ever seen in his life. But he nearly fell into the water from surprise when the fish began to speak to him in a small, squeaky voice. "Take me back to your hut and cook me. Then cut me up and sprinkle me over with pepper and salt. Give 2 of the pieces to your wife, and bury 2 more in the garden." The cobbler did not know what to make of these strange words, but he was wiser than many people, and when he did not understand, he thought it was well to obey. His children wanted to eat all the fish themselves and begged their father to tell them what to do with the pieces he had put aside. But the cobbler only laughed and told them it was no business of theirs. And when they were safe in bed, he stole out and buried the 2 pieces in the garden. By and by, 2 babies, exactly alike, lay in a cradle, and in the garden were 2 tall plants with 2 brilliant shields on the top. Years passed away, and the babies were almost men. They were tired of living quietly at home, being mistaken for each other by everybody they saw, and determined to set off in different directions to seek adventures. So, one fine morning, the 2 brothers left the hut and walked together to the place where the great road divided. There, they embraced and parted, promising that if anything remarkable had happened to either, he would return to the crossroads and wait till his brother came. The youth who took the path that ran eastwards arrived presently at a large city, where he found everybody standing at the doors, wringing their hands and weeping bitterly. "What is the matter?" asked he, pausing and looking round. And a man replied in a faltering voice that each year a beautiful girl was chosen by lot to be offered up to a dreadful fiery dragon, who had a mother even worse than himself. And this year, the lot had fallen on their peerless princess. "But where is the princess?" said the young man once more, and again the man answered him, "She is standing under a tree, a mile away, waiting for the dragon." This time, the Knight of the Fish did not stop to hear more, but ran off as fast as he could, and found the princess bathed in tears, and trembling from head to foot. She turned as she heard the sound of his sword, and removed her handkerchief from his eyes. "Fly," she cried, "fly while you have yet time, before that monster sees you." She said it, and she meant it. Yet, when he had turned his back, she felt more forsaken than before. But in reality, it was not more than a few minutes before he came back, galloping furiously on a horse he had borrowed, and carrying a huge mirror across its neck. "I am in time. Then he cried, dismounting very carefully and placing the mirror against the trunk of a tree. "Give me your veil," he said hastily to the princess. And when she had unwound it from her head, he covered the mirror with it. "The moment the dragon comes near you, you must tear off the veil," cried he, "and be sure you hide behind the mirror. Have no fear, I shall be at hand." He and his horse had scarcely found shelter amongst some rocks when the flap of the dragon's wings could be plainly heard. He tossed his head with delight at the sight of her and approached slowly to the place where she stood, a little in front of the mirror. Then, still looking the monster steadily in the face, she passed one hand behind her back and snatched off the veil, stepping swiftly behind the tree as she did so. The princess had not known, when she obeyed the orders of the Knight of the Fish, what she expected to happen. Would the dragon with snaky locks be turned to stone, she wondered, like the dragon in an old story her nurse had told her? Or would some fiery spark dart from the heart of the mirror and strike him dead? Neither of these things occurred, but instead, the dragon stopped short with surprise and rage when he saw a monster before him as big and strong as himself. He shook his mane with rage and fury. The enemy in front did exactly the same. He lashed his tail and rolled his red eyes, and the dragon opposite was no whit behind him. Opening his mouth to its very widest, he gave an awful roar. But the other dragon only roared back. This was too much. And with another roar which made the princess shake in her shoes, he flung himself upon his foe. In an instant, the mirror lay at his feet, broken into 1,000 pieces. But as every piece reflected part of himself, the dragon thought that he too had been smashed into atoms. It was the moment for which the Knight of the Fish had watched and waited. And before the dragon could find out that he was not hurt at all, the young man's lance was down his throat, and he was rolling, dead, on the grass. Oh! What shouts of joy rang through the great city when the youth came riding back with the princess sitting behind him and dragging the horrible monster by a cord. Everybody cried out that the king must give the victor the hand of the princess, and so he did. And no one had ever seen such balls and feasts and sports before. And when they were all over, the young couple went to the palace prepared for them, which was so large that it was 3 miles round. The first wet day after their marriage, the bridegroom begged the bride to show him all the rooms in the palace, and it was so big and took so long that the sun was shining brightly again before they stepped onto the roof to see the view. "What castle is that out there?" asked the knight. "It seems to be made of black marble." "It is called the Castle of Albatross," answered the princess. "It is enchanted, and no one that has tried to enter it has ever come back." Her husband said nothing, and began to talk of something else. But the next morning, he ordered his horse, took his spear, called his bloodhound, and set off for the castle. It needed a brave man to approach it, for it made your hair stand on end merely to look at it. It was as dark as the night of a storm, and as silent as the grave. But the Knight of the Fish knew no fear, and had never turned his back on an enemy. So he drew out his horn and blew a blast. The sound awoke all the sleeping echoes in the castle, and was repeated now loudly, now softly, now near, and now far. But nobody stirred for all that. "Is there anyone inside?" cried the young man in his loudest voice. "Anyone who will give a knight hospitality? Neither governor nor squire, not even a page." "Not even a page," answered the echoes. But the young man did not heed them, and only struck a furious blow at the gate. Then a small grating opened, and there appeared the tip of a huge nose, which belonged to the ugliest old woman that ever was seen. "What do you want?" said she. "To enter," he answered shortly. "Can I rest here this night? Yes or no?" "No, no, no," repeated the echoes. Between the fierce sun and his anger at being kept waiting, the Knight of the Fish had grown so hot that he lifted his visor. And when the old woman saw how handsome he was, she began fumbling with the lock of the gate. Come in," said she. "So fine a gentleman will do us no harm." "Harm," repeated the echoes, but again the young man paid no heed. "Let us go in, ancient dame." But she interrupted him. "You must call me the Lady Berberiska," she answered sharply. "And this is my castle, to which I bid you welcome. You shall live here with me and be my husband." But at these words, the knight let his spear fall. So surprised was he. "I marry you? Why, you must be 100 at least," cried he. "You are mad. All I desire is to inspect the castle and then go." As he spoke, he heard the voices give a mocking laugh, but the old woman took no notice, and only bade the knight follow her. Old though she was, it seemed impossible to tire her. There was no room, however small, she did not lead him into, and each room was full of curious things he had never seen before. At length, they came to a stone staircase, which was so dark that you could not see your hand if you held it up before your face. "I have kept my most precious treasure till the last," said the old woman. "But let me go first, for the stairs are steep, and you might easily break your leg." So on she went, now and then calling back to the young man in the darkness. But he did not know that she had slipped aside into a recess, till suddenly he put his foot on a trap door, which gave way under him, and he fell down, as many good knights had done before him, and his voice joined the echoes of theirs. "So you would not marry me?" chuckled the old witch. "Ha, ha, ha, ha! Meanwhile, his brother had wandered far and wide, and at last he wandered back to the same great city where the other young knight had met with so many adventures. He noticed with amazement that as he walked through the streets, the guards drew themselves up in line and saluted him, and the drummers played the royal march. But he was still more bewildered when several servants in livery ran up to him and told him that the princess was sure something terrible had befallen him and had made herself ill with weeping. At last, it occurred to him that once more he had been taken for his brother. "I had better say nothing," thought he. "Perhaps I shall be able to help him after all." So he suffered himself to be borne in triumph to the palace, where the princess threw herself into his arms. "And so you did go to the castle?" she asked. "Yes, of course I did," answered he. "And what did you see there?" "I am forbidden to tell you anything about it until I have returned there once more," replied he. "Must you really go back to that dreadful place?" she asked wistfully. "You are the only man who has ever come back from it." "I must," was all he answered. And the princess, who was a wise woman, only said, "Well, go to bed now, for I am sure you must be very tired." But the knight shook his head. "I have sworn never to lie in a bed as long as my work in the castle remains standing." And the princess again sighed and was silent. Early next day, the young man started for the castle, feeling sure that some terrible thing must have happened to his brother. At the blast of his horn, the long nose of the old woman appeared at the grating. But the moment she caught sight of his face, she nearly fainted from fright, as she thought it was the ghost of the youth whose bones were lying in the dungeon of the castle. "Lady of all the ages," cried the newcomer, "did you not give hospitality to a young knight but a short time ago?" "A short time ago," wailed the voices. "And how have you ill-treated him?" he went on. "Ill-treated him," answered the voices. The woman did not stop to hear more. She turned to fly, but the knight's sword entered her body. "Where is my brother, cruel hag?" asked he sternly. "I will tell you," said she, "but as I feel that I am going to die, I shall keep that piece of news to myself till you have brought me to life again." The young man laughed scornfully. "How do you propose that I should work that miracle?" "Oh, it is quite easy. Go into the garden and gather the flowers of the everlasting plant and some of dragon's blood. Crush them together and boil them in a large tub of water, and then put me into it." The knight did as the old witch bade him, and, sure enough, she came out quite whole, but uglier than ever. She then told the young man what had become of his brother, and he went down into the dungeon and brought up his body and the bodies of the other victims who lay there. And when they were all washed in the magic water, their strength was restored to them. And besides these, he found in another cavern the bodies of the girls who had been sacrificed to the dragon, and brought them back to life also. As to the old witch, in the end, she died of rage at seeing her prey escape her, and at the moment she drew her last breath, the castle of Albatroz fell into ruins with a great noise. The sister of the sun. A long time ago, there lived a young prince whose favorite playfellow was the son of the gardener who lived in the grounds of the palace. The king would have preferred his choosing a friend from the pages who were brought up at court, but the prince would have nothing to say to them. And as he was a spoilt child and allowed his way in all things, and the gardener's boy was quiet and well-behaved, he was suffered to be in the palace morning, noon, and night. The game the children loved the best was a match at archery, for the king had given them 2 bows exactly alike, and they would spend whole days in trying to see which could shoot the highest. This is always very dangerous, and it was a great wonder they did not put their eyes out. But somehow or other, they managed to escape. One morning, when the prince had done his lessons, he ran out to call his friend, and they both hurried off to the lawn, which was their usual playground. They took their bows out of the little hut where their toys were kept, and began to see which could shoot the highest. At last, they happened to let fly their arrows, both together, and when they fell to earth again, the tail feather of a golden hen was found sticking in one. Now the question began to arise, whose was the lucky arrow? For they were both alike. And look as closely as you would, you could see no difference between them. The prince declared that the arrow was his, and the gardener's boy was quite sure it was his. And on this occasion, he was perfectly right. But as they could not decide the matter, they went straight to the king. When the king had heard the story, he decided that the feather belonged to his son. But the other boy would not listen to this, and claimed the feather for himself. At length, the king's patience gave way, and he said angrily, "Very well. If you are so sure that the feather is yours, yours it shall be. Only you will have to seek till you find a golden hen with a feather missing from her tail. And if you fail to find her, your head will be the forfeit." The Boise had need of all his courage to listen silently to the king's words. He had no idea where the golden hen might be, or even, if he discovered that, how he was to get to her. But there was nothing for it but to do the king's bidding, and he felt that the sooner he left the palace, the better. So he went home and put some food into a bag, and then set forth, hoping that some accident might show him which path to take. After walking for several hours, he met a fox who seemed inclined to be friendly, and the boy was so glad to have anyone to talk to that he sat down and entered into conversation. "Where are you going?" asked the fox. "I have got to find a golden hen, who has lost a feather out of her tail," answered the boy. "But I don't know where she lives, or how I shall catch her." "Oh, I can show you the way," said the fox, who was really very good-natured. "Far towards the east, in that direction, lives a beautiful maiden who is called the Sister of the Sun. She has 3 golden hens in her house. Perhaps the feather belongs to one of them." The boy was delighted at this news, and they walked on all day together, the fox in front and the boy behind. When evening came, they lay down to sleep and put the knapsack under their heads for a pillow. Suddenly, about midnight, the fox gave a low whine and drew nearer to his bedfellow. "Cousin," he whispered very low, "there is someone coming who will take the knapsack away from me. Look over there." And the boy, peeping through the bushes, saw a man. "Oh, I don't think he will rob us," said the boy. And when the man drew near, he told them his story, which so much interested the stranger that he asked leave to travel with them, as he might be of some use. So when the sun rose, they set out again, the fox in front as before, the man and boy following. After some hours, they reached the castle of a sister of the sun, who kept the golden hens among her treasures. They halted before the gate and took counsel as to which of them should go in and see the lady herself. "I think it would be best for me to enter and steal the hens," said the fox, but this did not please the boy at all. "No, it is my business, so it is right that I should go," answered he. "You will find it a very difficult matter to get hold of the hens," replied the fox. "Oh, nothing is likely to happen to me," returned the boy. "Well, go then," said the fox. "But be careful not to make any mistake. Steal only the hen which has the feather missing from her tail, and leave the others alone." The man listened, but did not interfere, and the boy entered the court of the palace. He soon spied the 3 hens strutting proudly about, though they were really anxiously wondering if there were not some grains lying on the ground that they might be glad to eat. And as the last one passed by him, he saw she had 1 feather missing from her tail. At this sight, the youth darted forward and seized the hen by the neck so that she could not struggle. Then, tucking her comfortably under his arm, he made straight for the gate. Unluckily, just as he was about to go through it, he looked back and caught a glimpse of wonderful splendors from an open door of the palace. "After all, there is no hurry," he said to himself. "I may as well see something now I am here," and turned back, forgetting all about the hen, which escaped from under his arm, and ran to join her sisters. He was so much fascinated by the sight of all the beautiful things which peeped through the door that he scarcely noticed that he had lost the prize he had won. And he did not remember there was such a thing as a hen in the world when he beheld the sister of the sun sleeping on a bed before him. For some time he stood staring. Then he came to himself with a start, and feeling that he had no business there, softly stole away, and was fortunate enough to recapture the hen, which he took with him to the gate. On the threshold, he stopped again. "Why should I not look at the sister of the sun?" he thought to himself. "She is asleep and will never know." And he turned back for the second time and entered the chamber, while the hen wriggled herself free as before. When he had gazed his fill, he went out into the courtyard and picked up his hen, who was seeking for corn. As he drew near the gate, he paused. "Why did I not give her a kiss?" he said to himself. "I shall never kiss any woman so beautiful." And he wrung his hands with regret, so that the hen fell to the ground and ran away. "But I can do it still," he cried with delight. And he rushed back to the chamber and kissed the sleeping maiden on the forehead. But alas, when he came out again, he found that the hen had grown so shy that she would not let him come near her. And worse than that, her sisters began to cluck so loud that the sister of the sun was awakened by the noise. She jumped up in haste from her bed, and going to the door, she said to the boy, "You shall never, never have my hen till you bring me back my sister, who was carried off by a giant to his castle, which is a long way off." Slowly and sadly, the youth left the palace and told his story to his friends, who were waiting outside the gate, how he had actually held the hen 3 times in his arms and had lost her. "I knew that we should not get off so easily," said the fox, shaking his head. "But there is no more time to waste. Let us set off at once in search of the sister. Luckily, I know the way." They walked on for many days, till at length the fox, who, as usual, was going first, stopped suddenly. "The giant's castle is not far now," he said. "But when we reach it, you two must remain outside while I go and fetch the princess. Directly I bring her out, you must both catch hold of her tight and get away as fast as you can, while I return to the castle and talk to the giants, for there are many of them, so that they may not notice the escape of the princess." A few minutes later, they arrived at the castle, and the fox, who had often been there before, slipped in without difficulty. There were several giants, both young and old, in the hall, and they were all dancing round the princess. As soon as they saw the fox, they cried out, "Come and dance too, old fox. It is a long time since we have seen you." So the fox stood up and did his steps with the best of them. But after a while, he stopped and said, "I know a charming new dance that I should like to show you, but it can only be done by 2 people. If the princess will honor me for a few minutes, you will soon see how it is done." "Ah, that is delightful. We want something new," answered they, and placed the princess between the outstretched arms of the fox. In one instant, he had knocked over the great stand of lights that lighted the hall, and in the darkness had borne the princess to the gate. His comrades seized hold of her, as they had been bidden, and the fox was back again in the hall before anyone had missed him. He found the giants busy trying to kindle a fire and get some light. But after a bit, someone cried out, "Where is the princess?" "Here, in my arms," replied the fox. "Don't be afraid. She is quite safe." And he waited until he thought that his comrades had gained a good start, and put at least 5 or 6 mountains between themselves and the giants. Then he sprang through the door, calling as he went, "The maiden is here. Take her if you can." At these words, the giants understood that their prize had escaped, and they ran after the fox as fast as their great legs could carry them, thinking that they should soon come up with the fox, who they supposed had the princess on his back. The fox, on his side, was far too clever to choose the same path that his friends had taken, but would in and out of the forest, till at last even he was tired out, and fell fast asleep under a tree. Indeed, he was so exhausted with his day's work that he never heard the approach of the giants, and their hands were already stretched out to seize his tail when his eyes opened, and with a tremendous bound he was once more beyond their reach. All the rest of the night the fox ran and ran, but when bright red spread over the east, he stopped and waited till the giants were close upon him. Then he turned and said quietly, "Look, there is the sister of the sun." The giants raised their eyes all at once and were instantly turned into pillars of stone. The fox then made each pillar a low bow and set off to join his friends. He knew a great many shortcuts across the hills, so it was not long before he came up with them, and all 4 traveled night and day till they reached the castle of the sister of the sun. What joy and feasting there was throughout the palace at the sight of the princess whom they had mourned as dead. And they could not make enough of the boy who had gone through such dangers in order to rescue her. The golden hen was given to him at once, and more than that, the sister of the sun told him that in a little time, when he was a few years older, she would herself pay a visit to his home and become his wife. The boy could hardly believe his ears when he heard what was in store for him, for his was the most beautiful princess in all the world. And however thick the darkness might be, it fled away at once from the light of a star on her forehead. So the boy set forth on his journey home with his friends for company, his heart full of gladness when he thought of the promise of the princess. But one by one, his comrades dropped off at the places where they had first met him, and he was quite alone when he reached his native town and the gates of the palace. With the golden hen under his arm, he presented himself before the king and told his adventures, and how he was going to have for a wife a princess so wonderful and unlike all other princesses that the star on her forehead could turn night into day. The king listened silently, and when the boy had done, he said quietly, "If I find that your story is not true, I will have you thrown into a cask of pitch." "It is true, every word of it," answered the boy, and went on to tell that the day and even the hour were fixed when his bride was to come and seek him. But as the time drew near, and nothing was heard of the princess, the youth became anxious and uneasy, especially when it came to his ears that the great cask was being filled with pitch, and that sticks were laid underneath to make a fire to boil it with. All day long, the boy stood at the window, looking over the sea by which the princess must travel. But there were no signs of her, not even the tiniest white sail. And as he stood, soldiers came and laid hands on him and led him up to the cask, where a big fire was blazing, and the horrid black pitch boiling and bubbling over the sides. He looked and shuddered, but there was no escape. So he shut his eyes to avoid seeing. The word was given for him to mount the steps which led to the top of the cask, when, suddenly, some men were seen running with all their might, crying as they went that a large ship, with its sails spread, was making straight for the city. No one knew what the ship was or whence it came, but the king declared that he would not have the boy burned before its arrival. There would always be time enough for that. At length, the vessel was safe in port, and a whisper went through the watching crowd that on board was the sister of the sun, who had come to marry the young peasant as she had promised. In a few moments more, she had landed, and desired to be shown the way to the cottage which her bridegroom had so often described to her, and whither he had been led back by the king's order at the first sign of the ship. "Don't you know me?" asked the sister of the sun, bending over him where he lay, almost driven out of his senses with terror. No, I don't know you," answered the youth, without raising his eyes. "Kiss me," said the sister of the sun, and the youth obeyed her, but still without looking up. "Don't you know me now?" asked she. "No, I don't know you. I don't know you," he replied, with the manner of a man whom fear had driven mad. At this, the sister of the sun grew rather frightened, and beginning at the beginning, she told him the story of his meeting with her, and how she had come a long way in order to marry him. And just as she had finished, in walked the king, to see if what the boy had said was really true. But hardly had he opened the door of the cottage when he was almost blinded by the light that filled it. and he remembered what he had been told about the star on the forehead of the princess. He staggered back as if he had been struck. Then a curious feeling took hold of him, which he had never felt before, and falling on his knees before the sister of the sun, he implored her to give up all thought of the peasant boy and to share his throne. But she laughed and said she had a finer throne of her own if she wanted to sit on it, and that she was free to please herself, and would have no husband but the boy whom she would never have seen except for the king himself. I shall marry him tomorrow, ended she, and ordered the preparations to be set on foot at once. When the next day came, however, the bridegroom's father informed the princess that by the law of the land, the marriage must take place in the presence of the king. But he hoped His Majesty would not long delay his arrival. An hour or two passed, and everyone was waiting and watching, when at last the sound of trumpets was heard, and a grand procession was seen marching up the street. A chair covered with velvet had been made ready for the king, and he took his seat upon it, and, looking round upon the assembled company, he said, I have no wish to forbid this marriage, but before I can allow it to be celebrated, the bridegroom must prove himself worthy of such a bride by fulfilling 3 tasks. And the first is that in a single day he must cut down every tree in an entire forest. The youth stood aghast as the king's words. He had never cut down a tree in his life, and had not the least idea how to begin. And as for a whole forest, but the princess saw what was passing in his mind, and whispered to him, Don't be afraid. In my ship you will find an axe, which you must carry off to the forest. When you have cut down one tree with it, just say, So let the forest fall, and in an instant all the trees will be on the ground. But pick up 3 chips of the tree you felled, and put them in your pocket. And the young man did exactly as he was bid, and soon returned with the 3 chips safe in his coat. The following morning, the princess declared that she had been thinking about the matter, and that, as she was not a subject of the king, she saw no reason why she should be bound by his laws, and she meant to be married that very day. But the bridegroom's father told her that it was all very well for her to talk like that, but it was quite different for his son, who would pay with his head for any disobedience to the king's commands. However, in consideration of what the youth had done the day before, he hoped His Majesty's heart might be softened, especially as he had sent a message that they might expect him at once. With this, the bridal pair had to be content and be as patient as they could till the king's arrival. He did not keep them long, but they saw by his face that nothing good awaited them. The marriage cannot take place, he said shortly, till the youth has joined to their roots all the trees he cut down yesterday. This sounded much more difficult than what he had done before, and he turned in despair to the sister of the sun. "It is all right," she whispered encouragingly. "Take this water and sprinkle it on one of the fallen trees, and say to it, 'So let all the trees of the forest stand upright, and in a moment they will be erect again.'" And the young man did what he was told, and left the forest looking exactly as it had done before. Now, surely, thought the princess, there was no longer any need to put off the wedding, and she gave orders that all should be ready for the following day. But again, the old man interfered and declared that without the king's permission, no marriage could take place. For the third time, His Majesty was sent for, and for the third time, he proclaimed that he could not give his consent until the bridegroom should have slain a serpent which dwelt in a broad river that flowed at the back of the castle. Everyone knew stories of this terrible serpent, though no one had actually seen it. But from time to time, a child strayed from home and never came back. And then mothers would forbid the other children to go near the river, which had juicy fruits and lovely flowers growing along its banks. So no wonder the youth trembled and turned pale when he heard what lay before him. "You will succeed in this also," whispered the sister of the sun, pressing his hand. "For in my ship is a magic sword which will cut through everything. Go down to the river and unfasten a boat which lies moored there, and throw the chips into the water. When the serpent rears up its body, you will cut off its 3 heads with one blow of your sword. Then take the tip of each tongue and go with it tomorrow morning into the king's kitchen. If the king himself should enter, just say to him, 'Here are 3 gifts I offer you in return for the services you demanded of me,' and throw the tips of the serpent's tongues at him, and hasten to the ship as fast as your legs will carry you. But be sure you take great care never to look behind you." The young man did exactly what the princess had told him. The 3 chips which he flung into the river became a boat, and as he steered across the stream, the serpent put up its head and hissed loudly. The youth had his sword ready, and in another second, the 3 heads were bobbing on the water. Guiding his boat till he was beside them, he stooped down and snipped off the ends of the tongues, and then rowed back to the other bank. Next morning, he carried them into the royal kitchen, and when the king entered, as was his custom, to see what he was going to have for dinner, the bridegroom flung them in his face, saying, "Here is a gift for you in return for the services you asked of me." And opening the kitchen door, he fled to the ship. Unluckily, he missed the way, and in his excitement ran backwards and forwards without knowing whither he was going. At last, in despair, he looked round and saw to his amazement that both the city and palace had vanished completely. Then he turned his eyes in the other direction, and from far away, he caught sight of the ship with her sails spread, and a fair wind behind her. This dreadful spectacle seemed to take away his senses, and all day long he wandered about, without knowing where he was going, till, in the evening, he noticed some smoke from a little hut of turf nearby. He went straight up to it and cried, "Oh, mother, let me come in for pity's sake." The old woman who lived in the hut beckoned to him to enter, and hardly was he inside when he cried again, "Oh, mother, can you tell me anything of the sister of the sun?" But the woman only shook her head. "No, I know nothing of her," said she. The young man turned to leave the hut, but the old woman stopped him, and giving him a letter, begged him to carry it to her next eldest sister, saying, "If you should get tired on the way, take out the letter and rustle the paper." This advice surprised the young man a good deal, as he did not see how it could help him. But he did not answer, and went down the road without knowing where he was going. At length, he grew so tired he could walk no more. Then he remembered what the old woman had said. After he had rustled the leaves only once, all fatigue disappeared, and he strode over the grass till he came to another little turf hut. "Let me in, I pray you, dear mother," cried he, and the door opened in front of him. "Your sister has sent you this letter," he said, and added quickly, "Oh, mother, can you tell me anything of the sister of the sun?" "No, I know nothing of her," answered she. But as he turned hopelessly away, she stopped him. "If you happen to pass my eldest sister's house, will you give her this letter?" said she. "And if you should get tired on the road, just take it out of your pocket and rustle the paper." So the young man put the letter in his pocket and walked all day over the hills till he reached a little turf hut, exactly like the other two. "Let me in, I pray you, dear mother," cried he. And as he entered, he added, "Here is a letter from your sister, and can you tell me anything of the sister of the sun?" "Yes, I can," answered the old woman. "She lives in the castle on the Banka. Her father lost a battle only a few days ago because you had stolen his sword from him, and the sister of the sun herself is almost dead of grief. But when you see her, stick a pin into the palm of her hand and suck the drops of blood that flow. Then she will grow calmer and will know you again. Only beware, for before you reach the castle on the Banka, fearful things will happen." He thanked the old woman with tears of gladness for the good news she had given him, and continued his journey. But he had not gone very far when, at a turn of the road, he met with two brothers who were quarreling over a piece of cloth. "My good men, what are you fighting about?" said he. "That cloth does not look worth much. Oh, it is ragged enough, answered they, but it was left us by our father. And if any man wraps it round him, no one can see him. And we each want it for our own. Let me put it round me for a moment, said the youth, and then I will tell you whose it ought to be. The brothers were pleased with this idea and gave him the stuff. But the moment he had thrown it over his shoulder, he disappeared as completely as if he had never been there at all. Meanwhile, the young man walked briskly along till he came up with two other men who were disputing over a tablecloth. "What is the matter?" asked he, stopping in front of them. "If this cloth is spread on a table," answered they, "the table is instantly covered with the most delicious food, and we each want to have it." "Let me try the tablecloth," said the youth, "and I will tell you whose it ought to be." The two men were quite pleased with this idea and handed him the cloth. He then hastily threw the first piece of stuff round his shoulders and vanished from sight, leaving the two men grieving over their own folly. The young man had not walked far before he saw two more men standing by the roadside, both grasping the same stout staff. And sometimes one seemed on the point of getting it, and sometimes the other. "What are you quarreling about? You could cut a dozen sticks from the wood, each just as good as that," said the young man. And as he spoke, the fighters both stopped and looked at him. "Ah, you may think so," said one, "but a blow from one end of this stick will kill a man, while a touch from the other end will bring him back to life. You won't easily find another stick like that." "No, that is true," answered the young man. "Let me just look at it, and I will tell you whose it ought to be." The men were pleased with the idea and handed him the staff. "It is very curious, certainly," said he, "but which end is it that restores people to life? After all, anyone can be killed by a blow from a stick if it is only hard enough." But when he was shown the end, he threw the stuff over his shoulders and vanished. At last, he saw another set of men who were struggling for the possession of a pair of shoes. "Why can't you leave that pair of old shoes alone?" said he. "Why, you could not walk a yard in them." "Yeah, they are old enough," answered they, "but whoever puts them on and wishes himself at a particular place gets there without going." "That sounds very clever," said the youth. "Let me try them, and then I shall be able to tell you whose they ought to be." The idea pleased the men, and they handed him the shoes. But the moment they were on his feet, he cried, "I wish to be in the castle on the banca." And before he knew it, he was there, and found the sister of the sun dying of grief. He knelt down by her side, and pulling a pin, he stuck it into the palm of her hand, so that a drop of blood gushed out. This he sucked, as he had been told to do by the old woman, and immediately the princess came to herself and flung her arms round his neck. Then she told him all her story, and what had happened since the ship had sailed away without him. "But the worst misfortune of all," she added, "was a battle which my father lost because you had vanished with his magic sword. and out of his whole army, hardly one man was left. "Show me the battlefield," said he. And she took him to a wild heath, where the dead were lying as they fell, waiting for burial. One by one, he touched them with the end of his staff, till at length they all stood before him. Throughout the kingdom, there was nothing but joy. And this time, the wedding was really celebrated, and the bridal pair lived happily in the castle on the Banka till they died. Asmund and Signy, long, long ago, in the days when fairies, witches, giants, and ogres still visited the earth, there lived a king who reigned over a great and beautiful country. He was married to a wife whom he dearly loved, and had two most promising children, a son called Asmund, and a daughter who was named Signy. The king and queen were very anxious to bring their children up well, and the young prince and princess were taught everything likely to make them clever and accomplished. They lived at home in their father's palace, and he spared no pains to make their lives happy. Prince Asmund dearly loved all outdoor sports and an open-air life, and from his earliest childhood, he had longed to live entirely in the forest close by. After many arguments and entreaties, he succeeded in persuading the king to give him 2 great oak trees for his very own. "Now," said he to his sister, "I will have the trees hollowed out, and then I will make rooms in them and furnish them so that I shall be able to live out in the forest." "Oh, Asmund!" exclaimed Signy. "What a delightful idea! Do let me come too, and live in one of your trees. I will bring all my pretty things and ornaments, and the trees are so near home, we shall be quite safe in them." Asmund, who was extremely fond of his sister, readily consented, and they had a very happy time together, carrying over all their pet treasures, and Signy's jewels and other ornaments, and arranging them in the pretty little rooms inside the trees. Unfortunately, sadder days were to come. A war with another country broke out, and the king had to lead his army against their enemy. During his absence, the queen fell ill, and after lingering for some time, she died, to the great grief of her children. They made up their minds to live all together for a time in their trees, and for this purpose, they had provisions enough stored up inside to last them a year. Now, I must tell you, in another country, a long way off, there reigned a king who had an only son named Ring. Prince Ring had heard so much about the beauty and goodness of Princess Signy that he determined to marry her if possible. So he begged his father to let him have a ship for the voyage, set sail with a favorable wind, and after a time landed in the country where Signy lived. The prince lost no time in setting out for the royal palace, and on his way there, he met such a wonderfully lovely woman that he felt he had never seen such beauty in all his life. He stopped her and at once asked who she was. "I am Signy, the king's daughter," was the reply. Then the prince inquired why she was wandering about all by herself, and she told him that since her mother's death, she was so sad that whilst her father was away, she preferred being alone. Ring was quite deceived by her, and never guessed that she was not Princess Signy at all, but a strong, gigantic, wicked witch bent on deceiving him under a beautiful shape. He confided to her that he had traveled all the way from his own country for her sake, having fallen in love with the accounts he had heard of her beauty. And he, the then and there, asked her to be his wife. The witch listened to all he said, and, much pleased, ended by accepting his offer. But she begged him to return to his ship for a little while, as she wished to go some way further into the forest, promising to join him later on. Prince Ring did as she wished, and went back to his ship to wait, whilst she walked on into the forest till she reached the 2 oak trees. Here she resumed her own gigantic shape, tore up the trees by their roots, threw one of them over her back, and clasped the other to her breast, carried them down to the shore, and waded out with them to the ship. She took care not to be noticed as she reached the ship, and directly she got on board, she once more changed to her former lovely appearance, and told the prince that her luggage was now all on board, and that they need wait for nothing more. The prince gave orders to set sail at once, and after a fine voyage landed in his own country, where his parents and his only sister received him with the greatest joy and affection. The false Signy was also very kindly welcomed. A beautiful house was got ready for her, and Prince Ring had the 2 oaks planted in the garden just in front of her windows, so that she might have the pleasure of seeing them constantly. He often went to visit the witch, whom he believed to be Princess Signy, and one day he asked, "Don't you think we might be married before long?" "Yes," said she, quite pleased. "I am quite ready to marry you whenever you like." "Then," replied Ring, "let us decide on this day fortnight. And see, I have brought you some stuff to make your wedding dress of." So saying, he gave her a large piece of the most beautiful brocade, all woven over with gold threads, and embroidered with pearls and other jewels. The prince had hardly left her before the witch resumed her proper shape and tore about the room, raging and storming and flinging the beautiful silk on the floor. What was she to do with such things? She roared. She did not know how to sew or make clothes, and she was sure to die of starvation into the bargain if her brother Ironhead did not come soon and bring her some raw meat and bones, for she really could eat nothing else. As she was raving and roaring in this frantic manner, part of the floor suddenly opened, and a huge giant rose up, carrying a great chest in his arms. The witch was enchanted at this sight, and eagerly helped her brother to set down and open the chest, which was full of the ghastly food she had been longing for. The horrid pair set to and greedily devoured it all. And when the chest was quite empty, the giant put it on his shoulder and disappeared as he had come, without leaving any trace of his visit. But his sister did not keep quiet for long, and tore and pulled at the rich brocade as if she wanted to destroy it, stamping about and shouting angrily. Now, all this time, Prince Asmund and his sister sat in their trees just outside the window and saw all that was going on. "Dear Signy," said Asmund, "do try to get hold of that piece of brocade and make the clothes yourself, for really, we shall have no rest day or night with such a noise." "I will try," said Signy. "It won't be an easy matter, but it's worthwhile taking some trouble to have a little peace." So she watched for an opportunity and managed to carry off the brocade the first time the witch left her room. Then she set to work, cutting out and sewing as best she could. And by the end of 6 days, she had turned it into an elegant robe with a long train and a mantle. When it was finished, she climbed to the top of her tree and contrived to throw the clothes onto a table through the open window. How delighted the witch was when she found the clothes all finished. The next time Prince Ring came to see her, she gave them to him, and he paid her many compliments on her skillful work, after which he took leave of her in the most friendly manner. But he had scarcely left the house when the witch began to rage as furiously as ever, and never stopped till her brother Ironhead appeared. When Asmund saw all these wild doings from his tree, he felt he could no longer keep silence. He went to Prince Ring and said, "Do come with me and see the strange things that are happening in the new princess's room." The prince was not a little surprised, but he consented to hide himself with Asmund behind the paneling of the room, from where they could see all that went on through a little slit. The witch was raving and roaring as usual, and said to her brother, "Once I am married to the king's son, I shall be better off than now. I shall take care to have all that pack of courtiers put to death, and then I shall send for all my relations to come and live here instead. I fancy the giants will enjoy themselves very much with me and my husband." When Prince Ring heard this, he fell into such a rage that he ordered the house to be set on fire, and it was burnt to the ground, with the witch and her brother in it. Asmund then told the prince about the 2 oak trees and took him to see them. The prince was quite astonished at them and at all their contents, but still more so at the extreme beauty of Signy. He fell in love with her at once and entreated her to marry him, which, after a time, she consented to do. Asmund, on his side, asked for the hand of Prince Ring's sister, which was gladly granted him, and the double wedding was celebrated with great rejoicings. After this, Prince Asmund and his bride returned to his country to live with the king, his father. The two couples often met and lived happily for many, many years. And that is the end of the story. Done. Asmund and Signy, long, long ago, in the days when fairies, witches, giants, and ogres still visited the earth, there lived a king who reigned over a great and beautiful country. He was married to a wife whom he dearly loved and had two most promising children, a son called Asmund and a daughter who was named Signy. The king and queen were very anxious to bring their children up well, and the young prince and princess were taught everything likely to make them clever and accomplished. They lived at home in their father's palace, and he spared no pains to make their lives happy. Prince Asmund dearly loved all outdoor sports and an open-air life, and from his earliest childhood, he had longed to live entirely in the forest close by. After many arguments and entreaties, he succeeded in persuading the king to give him 2 great oak trees for his very own. "Now," said he to his sister, "I will have the trees hollowed out, and then I will make rooms in them and furnish them, so that I shall be able to live out in the forest." "Oh, Asmund," exclaimed Signy, "what a delightful idea. Do let me come too, and live in one of your trees. I will bring all my pretty things and ornaments, and the trees are so near home we shall be quite safe in them." Asmund, who was extremely fond of his sister, readily consented, and they had a very happy time together, carrying over all their pet treasures, and Signy's jewels and other ornaments, and arranging them in the pretty little rooms inside the trees. Unfortunately, sadder days were to come. A war with another country broke out, and the king had to lead his army against their enemy. During his absence, the queen fell ill, and after lingering for some time, she died, to the great grief of her children. They made up their minds to live all together for a time in their trees, and for this purpose, they had provisions enough stored up inside to last them a year. Now, I must tell you, in another country, a long way off, there reigned a king who had an only son named Ring. Prince Ring had heard so much about the beauty and goodness of Princess Signy that he determined to marry her if possible. So he begged his father to let him have a ship for the voyage, set sail with a favorable wind, and after a time landed in the country where Signy lived. The prince lost no time in setting out for the royal palace, and on his way there, he met such a wonderfully lovely woman that he felt he had never seen such beauty in all his life. He stopped her and at once asked who she was. "I am Signy, the king's daughter," was the reply. Then the prince inquired why she was wandering about all by herself, and she told him that since her mother's death, she was so sad that whilst her father was away, she preferred being alone. Ring was quite deceived by her, and never guessed that she was not Princess Signy at all, but a strong, gigantic, wicked witch bent on deceiving him under a beautiful shape. He confided to her that he had traveled all the way from his own country for her sake, having fallen in love with the accounts he had heard of her beauty. And he then and there asked her to be his wife. The witch listened to all he said, and, much pleased, ended by accepting his offer. But she begged him to return to his ship for a little while, as she wished to go some way further into the forest, promising to join him later on. Prince Ring did as she wished, and went back to his ship to wait, whilst she walked on into the forest till she reached the 2 oak trees. Here she resumed her own gigantic shape, tore up the trees by their roots, threw one of them over her back, and clasped the other to her breast, carried them down to the shore, and waded out with them to the ship. She took care not to be noticed as she reached the ship, and directly she got on board, she once more changed to her former lovely appearance, and told the prince that her luggage was now all on board, and that they need wait for nothing more. The prince gave orders to set sail at once, and after a fine voyage landed in his own country, where his parents and his only sister received him with the greatest joy and affection. The false Signy was also very kindly welcomed. A beautiful house was got ready for her, and Prince Ring had the 2 oaks planted in the garden just in front of her windows, so that she might have the pleasure of seeing them constantly. He often went to visit the witch, whom he believed to be Princess Signy, and one day he asked, "Don't you think we might be married before long?" "Yes," said she, quite pleased. "I am quite ready to marry you whenever you like." "Then," replied Ring, "let us decide on this day fortnight. And see, I have brought you some stuff to make your wedding dress of." So saying, he gave her a large piece of the most beautiful brocade, all woven over with gold threads, and embroidered with pearls and other jewels. The prince had hardly left her before the witch resumed her proper shape and tore about the room, raging and storming and flinging the beautiful silk on the floor. What was she to do with such things? She roared. She did not know how to sew or make clothes, and she was sure to die of starvation into the bargain if her brother Ironhead did not come soon and bring her some raw meat and bones, for she really could eat nothing else. As she was raving and roaring in this frantic manner, part of the floor suddenly opened, and a huge giant rose up, carrying a great chest in his arms. The witch was enchanted at this sight, and eagerly helped her brother to set down and open the chest, which was full of the ghastly food she had been longing for. The horrid pair set to and greedily devoured it all, and when the chest was quite empty, the giant put it on his shoulder and disappeared as he had come, without leaving any trace of his visit. But his sister did not keep quiet for long, and tore and pulled at the rich brocade as if she wanted to destroy it, stamping about and shouting angrily. Now, all this time, Prince Asmund and his sister sat in their trees, just outside the window, and saw all that was going on. "Dear Signy," said Asmund, "do try to get hold of that piece of brocade and make the clothes yourself, for really we shall have no rest day or night with such a noise." "I will try," said Signy. "It won't be an easy matter, but it's worthwhile taking some trouble to have a little peace." So she watched for an opportunity and managed to carry off the brocade the first time the witch left her room. Then she set to work, cutting out and sewing as best she could, and by the end of 6 days she had turned it into an elegant robe with a long train and a mantle. When it was finished, she climbed to the top of her tree and contrived to throw the clothes onto a table through the open window. How delighted the witch was when she found the clothes all finished. The next time Prince Ring came to see her, she gave them to him, and he paid her many compliments on her skillful work, after which he took leave of her in the most friendly manner. But he had scarcely left the house when the witch began to rage as furiously as ever, and never stopped till her brother Ironhead appeared. When Asmund saw all these wild doings from his tree, he felt he could no longer keep silence. He went to Prince Ring and said, "Do come with me and see the strange things that are happening in the new princess's room." The prince was not a little surprised, but he consented to hide himself with Asmund behind the paneling of the room, from where they could see all that went on through a little slit. The witch was raving and roaring as usual, and said to her brother, "Once I am married to the king's son, I shall be better off than now. I shall take care to have all that pack of courtiers put to death, and then I shall send for all my relations to come and live here instead. I fancy the giants will enjoy themselves very much with me and my husband." When Prince Ring heard this, he fell into such a rage that he ordered the house to be set on fire, and it was burnt to the ground, with the witch and her brother in it. Asmund then told the prince about the 2 oak trees and took him to see them. The prince was quite astonished at them and at all their contents, but still more so at the extreme beauty of Signy. He fell in love with her at once and entreated her to marry him, which, after a time, she consented to do. Asmund, on his side, asked for the hand of Prince Ring's sister, which was gladly granted him, and the double wedding was celebrated with great rejoicings. After this, Prince Asmund and his bride returned to his country to live with the king, his father. The 2 couples often met and lived happily for many, many years. And that is the end of the story. Story of Wali Dad the Simple-Hearted. Once upon a time, there lived a poor old man whose name was Wali Dad Gunjai, or Wali Dad the Bald. He had no relations, but lived all by himself in a little mud hut some distance from any town, and made his living by cutting grass in the jungle and selling it as fodder for horses. He only earned by this 5 halfpence a day, but he was a simple old man and needed so little out of it that he saved up 1 halfpenny daily and spent the rest upon such food and clothing as he required. In this way, he lived for many years until, one night, he thought that he would count the money he had hidden away in the great earthen pot under the floor of his hut. So he set to work, and with much trouble he pulled the bag out onto the floor and sat gazing in astonishment at the heap of coins which tumbled out of it. What should he do with them all? He wondered. But he never thought of spending the money on himself, because he was content to pass the rest of his days as he had been doing for ever so long, and he really had no desire for any greater comfort or luxury. At last, he threw all the money into an old sack, which he pushed under his bead, and then rolled in his ragged old blanket. He went off to sleep. Early next morning, he staggered off with his sack of money to the shop of a jeweler, whom he knew in the town, and bargained with him for a beautiful little gold bracelet. With this carefully wrapped up in his cotton waistband, he went to the house of a rich friend who was a traveling merchant and used to wander about with his camels and merchandise through many countries. Wali Dad was lucky enough to find him at home, so he sat down, and after a little talk, he asked the merchant who was the most virtuous and beautiful lady he had ever met with. The merchant replied that the Princess of Kaistan was renowned everywhere, as well for the beauty of her person as for the kindness and generosity of her disposition. Then, said Wali Dad, next time you go that way, give her this little bracelet, with the respectful compliments of one who admires virtue far more than he desires wealth. With that, he pulled the bracelet from his waistband and handed it to his friend. The merchant was naturally much astonished, but said nothing and made no objection to carrying out his friend's plan. Time passed by, and at length the merchant arrived in the course of his travels at the capital of Kaistan. As soon as he had opportunity, he presented himself at the palace and sent in the bracelet, neatly packed in a little perfumed box provided by himself, giving at the same time the message entrusted to him by Wali Dad. The princess could not think who could have bestowed this present on her, but she bade her servant to tell the merchant that if he would return, after he had finished his business in the city, she would give him her reply. In a few days, therefore, the merchant came back and received from the princess a return present in the shape of a camel load or rich silks, besides a present of money for himself. With these, he set out on his journey. Some months later, he got home again from his journeyings and proceeded to take Wali Dad, the princess's present. Great was the perplexity of the good man to find a camel load of silks tumbled at his door. What was he to do with these costly things? But presently, after much thought, he begged the merchant to consider whether he did not know of some young prince to whom such treasures might be useful. "Of course," cried the merchant, greatly amused. "From Delhi to Baghdad, and from Constantinople to Lucknow, I know them all, and there lives none worthier than the gallant and wealthy young prince of Nekabad. Very well, then, take the silks to him, with the blessing of an old man," said Wali Dad, much relieved to be rid of them. So, the next time that the merchant journeyed that way, he carried the silks with him, and in due course arrived at Nekabad, and sought an audience of the prince. When he was shown into his presence, he produced the beautiful gift of silks that Wali Dad had sent, and begged the young man to accept them as a humble tribute to his worth and greatness. The prince was much touched by the generosity of the giver, and ordered as a return present 12 of the finest breed of horses for which his country was famous to be delivered over to the merchant, to whom also, before he took his leave, he gave a munificent reward for his services. As before, the merchant at last arrived at home, and next day he set out for Wali Dad's house with the 12 horses. When the old man saw them coming in the distance, he said to himself, "Here's luck, a troop of horses coming. They are sure to want quantities of grass, and I shall sell all I have without having to drag it to market." Thereupon he rushed off and cut grass as fast he could. When he got back, with as much grass as he could possibly carry, he was greatly discomfited to find that the horses were all for himself. At first, he could not think what to do with them, but after a little, a brilliant idea struck him. He gave 2 to the merchant, and begged him to take the rest to the princess of Kaistan, who was clearly the fittest person to possess such beautiful animals. The merchant departed, laughing. But, true to his old friend's request, he took the horses with him on his next journey, and eventually presented them safely to the princess. This time, the princess sent for the merchant and questioned him about the giver. Now, the merchant was usually a most honest man, but he did not quite like to describe Wali Dad in his true light as an old man whose income was 5 halfpence a day and who had hardly clothes to cover him. So he told her that his friend had heard stories of her beauty and goodness, and had longed to lay the best he had at her feet. The princess then took her father into her confidence and begged him to advise her what courtesy she might return to one who persisted in making her such presents. "Well," said the king, "you cannot refuse them. So the best thing you can do is to send this unknown friend at once a present so magnificent that he is not likely to be able to send you anything better, and so will be ashamed to send anything at all." Then he ordered that in place of each of the 10 horses, 2 mules laden with silver should be returned by her. Thus, in a few hours, the merchant found himself in charge of a splendid caravan, and he had to hire a number of armed men to defend it on the road against the robbers. And he was glad indeed to find himself back again in Wali Dad's hut. "Well now," cried Wali Dad, as he viewed all the wealth laid at his door, "I can well repay that kind prince for his magnificent present of horses. But to be sure, you have been put to great expenses. Still, if you will accept 6 mules and their loads, and will take the rest straight to Nekabad, I shall thank you heartily." The merchant felt handsomely repaid for his trouble, and wondered greatly how the matter would turn out. So he made no difficulty about it, and as soon as he could get things ready, he set out for Nekabad with this new and princely gift. This time the prince, too, was embarrassed, and questioned the merchant closely. The merchant felt that his credit was at stake, and whilst inwardly determining that he would not carry the joke any further, could not help describing Wali Dad in such glowing terms that the old man would never have known himself had he heard them. The prince, like the king of Kayistan, determined that he would send in return a gift that would be truly royal, and which would perhaps prevent the unknown giver sending him anything more. So he made up a caravan on 20 splendid horses, caparisoned in gold-embroidered cloths, with fine Morocco saddles and silver bridles and stirrups. Also 20 camels of the best breed, which had the speed of racehorses, and could swing along at a trot all day without getting tired. And lastly, 20 elephants, with magnificent silver howdahs and coverings of silk embroidered with pearls. To take care of these animals, the merchant hired a little army of men, and the troop made a great show as they traveled along. When Wali Dad from a distance saw the cloud of dust which the caravan made, and the glitter of its appointments, he said to himself, "By Allah, here's a grand crowd coming. Elephants too. Grass will be selling well today." And with that, he hurried off to the jungle and cut grass as fast as he could. As soon as he got back, he found the caravan had stopped at his door, and the merchant was waiting, a little anxiously, to tell him the news and to congratulate him upon his riches. "Riches!" cried Wali Dad. "What has an old man like me, with one foot in the grave, to do with riches? that beautiful young princess now. She'd be the one to enjoy all these fine things. Do you take for yourself 2 horses, 2 camels, and 2 elephants with all their trappings, and present the rest to her." The merchant at first objected to these remarks, and pointed out to Wali Dad that he was beginning to feel these embassies a little awkward. Of course, he was himself richly repaid, so far as expenses went. But still, he did not like going so often, and he was getting nervous. At length, however, he consented to go once more, but he promised himself never to embark on another such enterprise. So, after a few days' rest, the caravan started off once more for Khaistan. The moment the king of Khaistan saw the gorgeous train of men and beasts entering his palace courtyard, he was so amazed that he hurried down in person to inquire about it, and became dumb when he heard that these also were a present from the princely Wali Dad, and were for the princess, his daughter. He went hastily off to her apartments and said to her, "I tell you what it is, my dear. This man wants to marry you. That is the meaning of all these presents. There is nothing for it but that we go and pay him a visit in person. He must be a man of immense wealth, and as he is so devoted to you, perhaps you might do worse than marry him." The princess agreed with all that her father said, and orders were issued for vast numbers of elephants and camels, and gorgeous tents and flags, and litters for the ladies, and horses for the men, to be prepared without delay, as the king and princess were going to pay a visit to the great and munificent Prince Wali Dad. The merchant, the king declared, was to guide the party. The feelings of the poor merchant in this sore dilemma can hardly be imagined. Willingly would he have run away, but he was treated with so much hospitality as Wali Dad's representative that he hardly got an instant's real peace, and never any opportunity of slipping away. In fact, after a few days, despair possessed him to such a degree that he made up his mind that all that happened was fate, and that escape was impossible. But he hoped devoutly some turn of fortune would reveal to him a way out of the difficulties which he had, with the best intentions, drawn upon himself. On the 7th day, they all started, amidst thunderous salutes from the ramparts of the city, and much dust, and cheering, and blaring of trumpets. Day after day, they moved on, and every day the poor merchant felt more ill and miserable. He wondered what kind of death the king would invent for him, and went through almost as much torture as he lay awake nearly the whole of every night thinking over the situation, as he would have suffered if the king's executioners were already setting to work upon his neck. At last, they were only 1 day's march from Wali Dad's little mud home. Here a great encampment was made, and the merchant was sent on to tell Wali Dad that the king and princess of Kyston had arrived and were seeking an interview. When the merchant arrived, he found the poor old man eating his evening meal of onions and dry bread. And when he told him of all that had happened, he had not the heart to proceed to load him with the reproaches which rose to his tongue. For Wali Dad was overwhelmed with grief and shame for himself, for his friend, and for the name and honor of the princess. And he wept and plucked at his beard and groaned most piteously. With tears, he begged the merchant to detain them for 1 day by any kind of excuse he could think of, and to come in the morning to discuss what they should do. As soon as the merchant was gone, Wali Dad made up his mind that there was only one honorable way out of the shame and distress that he had created by his foolishness, and that was to kill himself. So, without stopping to ask anyone's advice, he went off in the middle of the night to a place where the river wound along at the base of steep, rocky cliffs of great height, and determined to throw himself down and put an end to his life. When he got to the place, he drew back a few paces, took a little run, and at the very edge of that dreadful black gulf, he stopped short. He could not do it. From below, unseen in the blackness of the deep night shadows, the water roared and boiled round the jagged rocks. He could picture the place as he knew it, only 10 times more pitiless and forbidding in the visionless darkness. The wind soughed through the gorge with fearsome sighs and rustlings and whisperings, and the bushes and grasses that grew in the ledges of the cliffs seemed to him like living creatures that danced and beckoned, shadowy and indistinct. An owl laughed, hoo, hoo, almost in his face as he peered over the edge of the gulf, and the old man threw himself back in a perspiration of horror. He was afraid. He drew back, shuddering, and covering his face in his hands, he wept aloud. Presently, he was aware of a gentle radiance that shed itself before him. Surely morning was not already coming to hasten and reveal his disgrace. He took his hands from before his face and saw before him 2 lovely beings whom his instinct told him were not mortal, but were Paris from paradise. "Why do you weep, old man?" said one, in a voice as clear and musical as that of the bulbul. "I weep for shame," replied he. "What do you here?" questioned the other. "I came here to die," said Wali Dad. And as they questioned him, he confessed all his story. Then the first stepped forward and laid a hand upon his shoulder, and Wali Dad began to feel that something strange What he did not know was happening to him. His old cotton rags of clothes were changed to beautiful linen and embroidered cloth. On his hard, bare feet were warm, soft shoes, and on his head a great jeweled turban. Round his neck there lay a heavy golden chain, and the little old bent sickle which he cut grass with, and which hung in his waistband, had turned into a gorgeous scimitar, whose ivory hilt gleamed in the pale light like snow in moonlight. As he stood wondering, like a man in a dream, the other Peri waved her hand and bade him turn and see. And look, before him a noble gateway stood open, and up an avenue of giant place trees. The Paris led him, dumb with amazement. At the end of the avenue, on the very spot where his hut had stood, a gorgeous palace appeared, ablaze with myriads of lights. Its great porticos and verandas were occupied by hurrying servants, and guards paced to and fro and saluted him respectfully as he drew near, along mossy walks and through sweeping grassy lawns where fountains were playing and flowers scented the air. Wali Dad stood stunned and helpless. "Fear not," said one of the Paris. "Go to your house and learn that God rewards the simple-hearted." With these words, they both disappeared and left him. He walked on, thinking still that he must be dreaming. Very soon, he retired to rest in a splendid room, far grander than anything he had ever dreamed of. When morning dawned, he woke and found that the palace and himself and his servants were all real, and that he was not dreaming after all. If he was dumbfounded, the merchant, who was ushered into his presence soon after sunrise, was much more so. He told Wali Dad that he had not slept all night, and by the first streak of daylight had started to seek out his friend. And what a search he had had. A great stretch of wild jungle country had in the night been changed into parks and gardens, and if it had not been for some of Wali Dad's new servants, who found him and brought him to the palace, he would have fled away under the impression that his trouble had sent him crazy, and that all he saw was only imagination. Then Wali Dad told the merchant all that had happened. By his advice, he sent an invitation to the king and princess of Kaistan to come and be his guests, together with all their retinue and servants, down to the very humblest in the camp. For 3 nights and days, a great feast was held in honor of the royal guests. Every evening, the king and his nobles were served on golden plates and from golden cups, and the smaller people on silver plates and from silver cups. And each evening, each guest was requested to keep the places and cups that they had used as a remembrance of the occasion. Never had anything so splendid been seen. Besides the great dinners, there were sports and hunting and dances and amusements of all sorts. On the fourth day, the king of Kyston took his host aside and asked him whether it was true, as he had suspected, that he wished to marry his daughter. But Wali Dad, after thanking him very much for the compliment, said that he had never dreamed of so great an honor, and that he was far too old and ugly for so fair a lady. But he begged the king to stay with him until he could send for the Prince of Nekabad, who was a most excellent, brave, and honorable young man, and would surely be delighted to try to win the hand of the beautiful princess. To this the king agreed, and Wali Dad sent the merchant to Nekabad with a number of attendants, and with such handsome presents that the prince came at once, fell head over ears in love with the princess, and married her at Wali Dad's palace amidst a fresh outburst of rejoicings. And now the king of Kyston and the prince and princess of Nekabad each went back to their own country, and Wali Dad lived to a good old age, befriending all who were in trouble and preserving, in his prosperity, the simple-hearted and generous nature that he had when he was only Wali Dad Gunjai, the grass cutter. What the rose did to the cypress. Once upon a time, a great king of the East, named Saman Lalposh, had 3 brave and clever sons, Tahmasp, Kamas, and Almas Baksh. One day, when the king was sitting in his hall of audience, his eldest son, Prince Tamasp, came before him, and after greeting his father with due respect, said, "Oh, my royal father, I am tired of the town. If you will give me leave, I will take my servants tomorrow, and will go into the country and hunt on the hill skirts. And when I have taken some game, I will come back at evening prayer time." His father consented, and sent with him some of his own trusted servants, and also hawks, and falcons, hunting dogs, cheetahs, and leopards. At the place where the prince intended to hunt, he saw a most beautiful deer. He ordered that it should not be killed, but trapped or captured with a noose. The deer looked about for a place where he might escape from the ring of the beaters, and spied one unwatched close to the prince himself. It bounded high and leaped right over his head, got out of the ring, and tore like the eastern wind into the waste. The prince put spurs to his horse and pursued it, and was soon lost to the sight of his followers, until the world-lighting sun stood above his head in the zenith. He did not take his eyes off the deer. Suddenly, it disappeared behind some rising ground, and with all his search, he could not find any further trace of it. He was now drenched in sweat, and he breathed with pain, and his horse's tongue hung from its mouth with thirst. He dismounted and toiled on with bridle on arm, praying and casting himself on the mercy of heaven. Then his horse fell and surrendered its life to God. On and on he went across the sandy waste, weeping and with burning breast, till at length a hill rose into sight. He mustered his strength and climbed to the top, and there he found a giant tree whose foot kept firm the wrinkled earth, and whose crest touched the very heaven. Its branches had put forth a glory of leaves, and there were grass and a spring underneath it, and flowers of many colors. Gladdened by this sight, he dragged himself to the water's edge, drank his fill, and returned thanks for his deliverance from thirst. He looked about him, and, to his amazement, saw close by a royal seat. While he was pondering what could have brought this into the merciless desert, a man drew near who was dressed like a fakir and had bare head and feet, but walked with the free carriage of a person of rank. His face was kind and wise and thoughtful, and he came on and spoke to the prince. "O good youth, how did you come here? Who are you? Where do you come from?" The prince told everything, just as it had happened to him, and then respectfully added, "I have made known my own circumstances to you, and now I venture to beg you to tell me your own. Who are you? How did you come to make your dwelling in this wilderness?" To this, the fakir replied, "O youth, it would be best for you to have nothing to do with me, and to know nothing of my fortunes, for my story is fit neither for telling nor for hearing." The prince, however, pleaded so hard to be told that at last there was nothing to be done but to let him hear. "Learn and know, O young man, that I am King Janangir of Babylon, and that once I had army and servants, family and treasure, untold wealth and belongings. The Most High God gave me 7 sons who grew up well-versed in all princely arts. My eldest son heard from travelers that in Turkestan, on the Chinese frontier, there is a king named Koumongoes, the son of Tame, and that he has an only child, a daughter named Miher Afruz, who, under all the azure heaven, is unrivaled for beauty. Princes come from all quarters to ask her hand, and on one and all she imposes a condition. She says to them, "I know a riddle, and I will marry anyone who answers it, and will bestow on him all my possessions. But if a suitor cannot answer my question, I cut off his head and hang it on the battlements of the citadel." The riddle, she asks, is, "What did the rose do to the cypress?" Now, when my son heard this tale, he fell in love with that unseen girl, and he came to me lamenting and bewailing himself. Nothing that I could say had the slightest effect on him. I said, "O my son, if there must be fruit of this fancy of yours, I will lead forth a great army against King Koumongoes. If he will give you his daughter freely, well and good. And if not, I will ravage his kingdom and bring her away by force." This plan did not please him. He said, "It is not right to lay a kingdom waste and to destroy a palace so that I may attain my desire. I will go alone. I will answer the riddle and win her in this way." At last, out of pity for him, I let him go. He reached the city of King Koumongoes. He was asked the riddle and could not give the true answer, and his head was cut off and hung upon the battlements. Then I mourned him in black raiment for 40 days. After this, another and another of my sons were seized by the same desire, and in the end all my 7 sons went, and all were killed. In grief for their death, I have abandoned my throne, and I abide here in this desert, withholding my hand from all state business, and wearing myself away in sorrow. Prince Tamasp listened to this tale, and then the arrow of love for that unseen girl struck his heart also. Just at this moment of his ill fate, his people came up and gathered round him like moths round a light. They brought him a horse, fleet as the breeze of the dawn. He set his willing foot in the stirrup of safety and rode off. As the days went by, the thorn of love rankled in his heart, and he became the very example of lovers, and grew faint and feeble. At last, his confidants searched his heart and lifted the veil from the face of his love, and then set the matter before his father, King Samanlal Posh. "Your son, Prince Tamasp, loves distractedly the Princess Miher Afruz, daughter of King Koumongoes, son of Timus." Then they told the king all about her and her doings. A mist of sadness clouded the king's mind, and he said to his son, "If this thing is so, I will in the first place send a courier with friendly letters to King Koumongoes, and will ask the hand of his daughter for you. I will send an abundance of gifts, and a string of camels laden with flashing stones and rubies of Badaksham. In this way, I will bring her and her suite, and I will give her to you to be your solace. But if King Koumongoes is unwilling to give her to you, I will pour a whirlwind of soldiers upon him, and I will bring to you, in this way, that most consequential of girls." But the prince said that this plan would not be right, and that he would go himself and would answer the riddle. Then the king's wise men said, "This is a very weighty matter. It would be best to allow the prince to set out accompanied by some persons in whom you have confidence. Maybe he will repent and come back." So King Saman ordered all preparations for the journey to be made. And then Prince Tamasp took his leave and set out, accompanied by some of the courtiers, and taking with him a string of two-humped and raven-eyed camels laden with jewels and gold and costly stuffs. By stage after stage, and after many days' journeying, he arrived at the city of King Koumongoes. What did he see? A towering citadel whose foot kept firm the wrinkled earth, and whose battlements touched the blue heaven. He saw hanging from its battlements many heads, but it had not the least effect upon him that these were heads of men of rank. He listened to no advice about laying aside his fancy, but rode up to the gate and on into the heart of the city. The place was so splendid that the eyes of the ages have never seen its like. And there, in an open square, he found a tent of crimson satin set up, and beneath it 2 jeweled drums with jeweled sticks. These drums were put there so that the suitors of the princess might announce their arrival by beating on them, after which someone would come and take them to the king's presence. The sight of the drums stirred the fire of Prince Tamasp's love. He dismounted and moved towards them, but his companions hurried after and begged him first to let them go and announce him to the king, and said that then, when they had put their possessions in a place of security, they would enter into the all-important matter of the princess. The prince, however, replied that he was there for one thing only, that his first duty was to beat the drums and announce himself as a suitor, when he would be taken, as such, to the king, who would then give him proper lodgment. So he struck upon the drums, and at once summoned an officer who took him to King Koumongoes. When the king saw how very young the prince looked, and that he was still drinking of the fountain of wonder, he said, "O youth, leave aside this fancy which my daughter has conceived in the pride of her beauty. No one can answer her riddle, and she has done to death many men who had had no pleasure in life, nor tasted its charms. God forbid that your spring also should be ravaged by the autumn winds of martyrdom." All his urgency, however, had no effect in making the prince withdraw. At length, it was settled between them that 3 days should be given to pleasant hospitality, and that then should follow what had to be said and done. Then the prince went to his own quarters and was treated as became his station. King Koumongoes now sent for his daughter and for her mother, Gulruk, and talked to them. He said to Mybrafruz, "Listen to me, you cruel flirt. Why do you persist in this folly? Now there has come to ask your hand a prince of the East, so handsome that the very sun grows modest before the splendor of his face. He is rich, and he has brought gold and jewels, all for you, if you will marry him. a better husband you will not find." But all the arguments of father and mother were wasted, for her only answer was, "O my father, I have sworn to myself that I will not marry, even if 1,000 years go by, unless someone answers my riddle, and that I will give myself to that man only who does answer it." The 3 days passed. Then the riddle was asked. What did the rose do to the cypress? The prince had an eloquent tongue which could split a hair, and without hesitation he replied to her with a verse. "Only the omnipotent has knowledge of secrets. If any man says, 'I know,' do not believe him." Then a servant fetched in the polluted, blue-eyed headsman, who asked, "Whose sun of life has come near its setting?" Took the prince by the arm, placed him upon the cloth of execution, and then, all merciless and stony-hearted, cut his head from his body and hung it on the battlements. The news of the death of Prince Tamasp plunged his father into despair and stupefaction. He mourned for him in black raiment for 40 days, and then, a few days later, his second son, Prince Kamas, extracted from him leave to go too, and he also was put to death. One son only now remained, the brave, eloquent, happy-natured Prince Almas Rubaksh. One day, when his father sat brooding over his lost children, Almas came before him and said, "O father mine, the daughter of King Quimus has done my 2 brothers to death. I wish to avenge them upon her." These words brought his father to tears. "O light of your father," he cried, "I have no one left but you. And now you ask me to let you go to your death." "Dear father," pleaded the prince, "until I have lowered the pride of that beauty and have set her here before you, I cannot settle down, or indeed sit down off my feet." In the end, he too got leave to go, but he went without a following, and alone. Like his brothers, he made the long journey to the city of Quimus, the son of Timus. Like them, he saw the citadel, but he saw there the heads of Tamasp and Kamas. He went about in the city, saw the tent and the drums, and then went out again to a village not far off. Here he found out a very old man who had a wife 120 years old, or rather more. Their lives were coming to their end, but they had never beheld face of child of their own. They were glad when the prince came to their house, and they dealt with him as with a son. He put all his belongings into their charge and fastened his horse in their outhouse. Then he asked them not to speak of him to anyone, and to keep his affairs secret. He exchanged his royal dress for another, and next morning, just as the sun looked forth from its eastern oratory, he went again into the city. He turned over in his mind, without ceasing, how he was to find out the meaning of the riddle, and to give them a right answer. And who could help him? and how to avenge his brothers. He wandered about the city, but heard nothing of service, for there was no one in all that land who understood the riddle of Princess Mir Afruz. One day, he thought he would go to her own palace and see if he could learn anything there. So he went out to her garden house. It was a very splendid place, with a wonderful gateway and walls like Alexander's ramparts. Many gatekeepers were on guard, and there was no chance of passing them. His heart was full of bitterness, but he said to himself, "All will be well. It is here I shall get what I want." He went round outside the garden wall, hoping to find a gap, and he made supplication in the court of supplications and prayed, "O holder of the hand of the helpless, show me my way." While he prayed, he bethought himself that he could get into the garden with a stream of inflowing water. He looked carefully round, fearing to be seen, stripped, slid into the stream, and was carried within the great walls. There he hid himself till his loin-cloth was dry. The garden was a very Eden, with running water amongst its lawns, with flowers and the lament of doves and the jug-jug of nightingales. It was a place to steal the senses from the brain, and he wandered about and saw the house, but there seemed to be no one there. In the forecourt was a royal seat of polished jasper, and in the middle of the platform was a basin of purest water that flashed like a mirror. He pleased himself with these sights for a while, and then went back to the garden and hid himself from the gardeners, and passed the night. Next morning, he put on the appearance of a madman, and wandered about till he came to a lawn where several pert-faced girls were amusing themselves. On a throne, jeweled and overspread with silken stuffs, sat a girl the splendor of whose beauty lighted up the place, and whose ambergris and attar perfumed the whole air. That must be Mir Afruz, he thought. She is indeed lovely. Just then, one of the attendants came to the water's edge to fill a cup, and though the prince was in hiding, his face was reflected in the water. When she saw this image, she was frightened, and let her cup fall into the stream, and thought, "Is it an angel, or a peri, or a man?" Fear and trembling took hold of her, and she screamed as women scream. Then some of the other girls came and took her to the princess, who asked, "What is the matter, pretty one?" "Oh, princess, I went for water, and I saw an image, and I was afraid." So another girl went to the water and saw the same thing, and came back with the same story. The princess wished to see for herself. She rose and paced to the spot with the march of a prancing peacock. When she saw the image, she said to her nurse, "Find out who is reflected in the water, and where he lives." Her words reached the prince's ear. he lifted up his head. She saw him and beheld beauty such as she had never seen before. She lost 100 hearts to him and signed to her nurse to bring him to her presence. The prince let himself be persuaded to go with the nurse, but when the princess questioned him as to who he was and how he had got into her garden, he behaved like a man out of his mind, sometimes smiling, sometimes crying, and saying, "I am hungry," or words misplaced and random, civil, mixed with the rude. "What a pity," said the princess. "He is mad." As she liked him, she said, "He is my madman. Let no one hurt him." She took him to her house and told him not to go away, for that she would provide for all his wants. The prince thought, "It would be excellent if here, in her very house, I could get the answer to her riddle, but I must be silent on pain of death." Now in the princess's household, there was a girl called Dil Aram. She it was who had first seen the image of the prince. She came to love him very much, and she spent day and night thinking how she could make her affection known to him. One day, she escaped from the princess's notice and went to the prince and laid her head on his feet and said, "Heaven has bestowed on you beauty and charm. Tell me your secret. Who are you? And how did you come here? I love you very much, and if you would like to leave this place, I will go with you. I have wealth equal to the treasure of the miserly Karun." But the prince only made answer like a man distraught, and told her nothing. He said to himself, "God forbid that the veil should be taken in vain from my secret. That would indeed disgrace me." So, with streaming eyes and burning breast, Dilaram arose and went to her house and lamented and fretted. Now, whenever the princess commanded the prince's attendants, Dilaram, of all the girls, paid him attention and waited on him best. The princess noticed this and said, "Oh, Dilaram, you must take my madman into your charge and give him whatever he wants." This was the very thing Dilaram had prayed for. A little later, she took the prince into a private place, and she made him take an oath of secrecy, and she herself took one and swore, "By heaven, I will not tell your secret. Tell me all about yourself, so that I may help you to get what you want." The prince now recognized in her words the perfume of true love, and he made compact with her. "Oh, lovely girl, I want to know what the rose did to the cypress. Your mistress cuts off men's heads because of this riddle. What is at the bottom of it, and why does she do it?" Then Dilaram answered, "If you will promise to marry me, and to keep me always amongst those you favor, I will tell you all I know, and I will keep watch about the riddle." "O lovely girl," rejoined he, "if I accomplish my purpose so that I need no longer strive for it, I will keep my compact with you. When I have this woman in my power and have avenged my brothers, I will make you my solace, O wealth of my life and source of my joy," responded Dilaram. "I do not know what the rose did to the cypress, but so much I know that the person who told Mihrafruz about it is a Negro whom she hides under her throne. He fled here from Wak of the Caucasus. It is there you must make inquiry. There is no other way of getting at the truth." On hearing these words, the prince said to his heart, "O my heart, your task will yet wear away much of your life." He fell into long and far thought, and Dilaram looked at him and said, "O my life and my soul, do not be sad. If you would like this woman killed, I will put poison into her cup, so that she will never lift her head from her drugged sleep again. O Dilaram, such a vengeance is not manly. I shall not rest till I have gone to Wak of the Caucasus and have cleared up the matter." Then they repeated the agreement about their marriage and bade one another goodbye. The prince now went back to the village and told the old man that he was setting out on a long journey, and begged him not to be anxious and to keep safe the goods which had been entrusted to him. The prince had not the least knowledge of the way to Wak of the Caucasus, and was cast down by the sense of his helplessness. He was walking along by his horse's side when there appeared before him an old man of serene countenance, dressed in green and carrying a staff, who resembled Khizr. The prince thanked heaven, laid the hands of reverence on his breast, and salaamed. The old man returned the greeting graciously and asked, "How fare you? Whither are you bound? You look like a traveler." "O revered saint, I am in this difficulty. I do not know the way to Wak of the Caucasus." The old man of good counsel looked at the young prince and said, "Turn back from this dangerous undertaking. Do not go. Choose some other task. If you had 100 lives, you would not bring one out safe from this journey." But his words had no effect on the prince's resolve. "What object have you," the old man asked, "in thus consuming your life?" "I have an important piece of business to do, and only this journey makes it possible. I must go. I pray you, ill God's name, tell me the way." When the saint saw that the prince was not to be moved, he said, "Learn and know, O youth, that Wak of Kaf is in the Caucasus and is a dependency of it. In it there are jinns, demons, and Paris. You must go on along this road till it forks into 3. Take neither the right hand nor the left, but the middle path. Follow this for a day and a night. Then you will come to a column on which is a marble slab inscribed with Gothic characters. Do what is written there. Beware of disobedience. Then he gave his good wishes for the journey and his blessing, and the prince kissed his feet, said goodbye, and, with thanks to the causer of causes, took the road. After a day and a night, he saw the column rise in silent beauty to the heavens. Everything was as the wise old man had said it would be, and the prince, who was skilled in all tongues, read the following Kufic inscription: O travelers, be it known to you that this column has been set up with its tablet to give true directions about these roads. If a man would pass his life in ease and pleasantness, let him take the right-hand path. If he take the left, he will have some trouble, but he will reach his goal without much delay. Woe to him who chooses the middle path. If he had 1,000 lives, he would not save one. It is very hazardous. It leads to the Caucasus and is an endless road. Beware of it. The prince read and bared his head and lifted his hands in supplication to him who has no needs, and prayed, O friend of the traveler, I, thy servant, come to thee for succor. My purpose lies in the land of Kaf, and my road is full of peril. Lead me by it. Then he took a handful of earth and cast it on his collar, and said, O earth, be thou my grave, and O vest, tee thou my winding sheet. Then he took the middle road and went along it, day after day, with many a silent prayer, till he saw trees rise from the weary waste of sand. They grew in a garden, and he went up the gate and found it a slab of beautifully worked marble, and that near it there lay sleeping, with his head on a stone, a Negro whose face was so black that it made darkness round him. His upper lip, arched like an eyebrow, curved upwards to his nostrils, and his lower hung down like a camel's. 4 millstones formed his shield, and on a box tree close by hung his giant sword. His loincloth was fashioned of 12 skins of beasts, and was bound round his waist by a chain of which each link was as big as an elephant's thigh. The prince approached and tied up his horse near the Negro's head. Then he let fall the Bismillah from his lips, entered the garden, and walked through it till he came to the private part, delighting in the great trees, the lovely verdure, and the flowery borders. In the inner garden there were very many deer. These signed to him with eye and foot to go back, for that this was enchanted ground. But he did not understand them, and thought their pretty gestures were a welcome. After a while, he reached a palace which had a porch more splendid than Caesar's, and was built of gold and silver bricks. In its midst was a high seat, overlaid with fine carpets, and into it opened 8 doors, each having opposite to it a marble basin. Banishing care, Prince Almus walked on through the garden, when suddenly a window opened, and a girl, who was lovely enough to make the moon writhe with jealousy, put out her head. She lost her heart to the good looks of the prince, and sent her nurse to fetch him, so that she might learn where he came from, and how he had got into her private garden, where even lions and wolves did not venture. The nurse went, and was struck with amazement at the sun-like radiance of his face. She salaamed and said, "O youth, welcome. The lady of the garden calls you. Come." He went with her and into a palace which was like a house in paradise, and saw seated on the royal carpets of the throne a girl whose brilliance shamed the shining sun. He salaamed. She rose, took him by the hand, and placed him near her. "O young man, who are you? Where do you come from? How did you get into this garden?" He told her his story from beginning to end, and Lady Latifa replied, "This is folly. It will make you a vagabond of the earth, and lead you to destruction. Come, cease such talk. No one can go to the Caucasus. Stay with me and be thankful, for here is a throne which you can share with me, and in my society you can enjoy my wealth. I will do whatever you wish. I will bring here King Koumongoes and his daughter, and you can deal with them as you will." "O Lady Latifa," he said, "I have made a compact with heaven not to sit down off my feet till I have been to Wak of Kaf, and have cleared up this matter, and have taken Mirafruz from her father, as brave men take, and have put her in prison. When I have done all this, I will come back to you in state and with a great following, and I will marry you according to the law." Lady Latifa argued and urged her wishes, but in vain. The prince was not to be moved. Then she called to the cupbearers for new wine, for she thought that when his head was hot with it, he might consent to stay. The pure, clear wine was brought. She filled a cup and gave to him. He said, "Oh, most enchanting sweetheart, it is the rule for the host to drink first, and then the guest. So to make him lose his head, she drained the cup, then filled it again, and gave him. He drank it off, and she took a lute from one of the singers, and played upon it with skill which witched away the sense of all who heard. but it was all in vain. 3 days passed in such festivities, and on the 4th the prince said, "O joy of my eyes, I beg now that you will bid me farewell, for my way is long, and the fire of your love darts flame into the harvest of my heart. By heaven's grace, I may accomplish my purpose, and if so, I will come back to you." Now she saw that she could not in any way change his resolve. She told her nurse to bring a certain casket, which contained, she said, something exhilarating, which would help the prince on his journey. The box was brought, and she divided off a portion of what was within and gave it to the prince to eat. Then, and while he was all unaware, she put forth her hand to a stick fashioned like a snake. She said some words over it and struck him so sharply on the shoulder that he cried out. Then he made a pirouette and found that he was a deer. When he knew what had been done to him, he thought, "All the threads of affliction are gathered together. I have lost my last chance." He tried to escape, but the magician sent for her goldsmith, who, coming, overlaid the deer horns with gold and jewels. The kerchief, which that day she had had in her hand, was then tied round its neck, and this freed it from her attentions. The prince deer now bounded into the garden, and at once sought some way of escape. It found none, and it joined the other deer, which soon made it their leader. Now, although the prince had been transformed into the form of a deer, he kept his man's heart and mind. He said to himself, "Thank heaven that the Lady Latifa has changed me into this shape, for at least deer are beautiful." He remained for some time living as a deer amongst the rest, but at length resolved that an end to such a life must be put ill some way. He looked again for some place by which he could get out of the magic garden. Following round the wall, he reached a lower part. He remembered the divine names and flung himself over, saying, "Whatever happens is by the will of God." When he looked about, he found that he was in the very same place he had jumped from. There was the palace, there the garden, and the deer. 8 times he leaped over the wall, and 8 times found himself where he had started from. But after the 9th leap, there was a change. There was a palace, and there was a garden, but the deer were gone. Presently, a girl of such moon-like beauty opened a window that the prince lost to her 100 hearts. She was delighted with the beautiful deer and cried to her nurse, "Catch it. If you will, I will give you this necklace, every pearl of which is worth a kingdom." The nurse coveted the pearls, but as she was 300 years old, she did not know how she could catch a deer. However, she went down into the garden and held out some grass. But when she went near, the creature ran away. The girl watched with great excitement from the palace window and called, "Oh, nurse, if you don't catch it, I will kill you." "I am killing myself," shouted back the old woman. The girl saw that nurse tottering along and went down to help, marching with the gait of a prancing peacock. When she saw the gilded horns and the kerchief, she said, "It must be accustomed to the hand and be some royal pet." The prince had it in mind that this might be another magician who could give him some other shape. But still, it seemed best to allow himself to be caught. So he played about the girl and let her catch him by the neck. A leash was brought, fruits were given, and it was caressed with delight. It was taken to the palace and tied at the foot of the Lady Jamila's raised seat. But she ordered a longer cord to be brought, so that it might be able to jump up beside her. When the nurse went to fix the cord, she saw tears falling from its eyes, and that it was dejected and sorrowful. "Oh, Lady Jamila, this is a wonderful deer. It is crying. I never saw a deer cry before." Jamila darted down like a flash of lightning and saw that it was so. It rubbed its head on her feet and then shook it so sadly that the girl cried for sympathy. She patted it and said, "Why are you sad, my heart? Why do you cry, my soul? Is it because I have caught you? I love you better than my own life." But, spite of her comforting, it cried the more. Then Jamila said, "Unless I am mistaken, this is the work of my wicked sister, Latifa, who by magic art turns servants of God into beasts of the field." At these words, the deer uttered sounds and laid its head on her feet. Then Jamila was sure it was a man and said, "Be comforted. I will restore you to your own shape." She bathed herself and ordered the deer to be bathed, put on clean raiment, called for a box which stood in an alcove, opened it, and gave a portion of what was in it to the deer to eat. Then she slipped her hand under her carpet and produced a stick to which she said something. She struck the deer hard. It pirouetted and became Prince Almas. The broidered kerchief and the jewels lay upon the ground. The prince prostrated himself in thanks to heaven and Jamila, and said, "O delicious person, O Chinese Venus, how shall I excuse myself for giving you so much trouble? With what words can I thank you?" Then she called for a clothes wallet and chose out a royal dress of honor. Her attendants dressed him in it and brought him again before the tender-hearted lady. She turned to him 100 hearts, took his hand, and seated him beside her, and said, "O youth, tell me truly who you are. and where you come from, and how you fell into the power of my sister. Even when he was a deer, the prince had much admired Jamila. Now he thought her 1,000 times more lovely than before. He judged that in truth alone was safety, and so told her his whole story. Then she asked, "O Prince Almas Ruh Baksh, do you still wish so much to make this journey to Wak of Kaf? What hope is there in it? The road is dangerous, even near here, and this is not yet the borderland of the Caucasus. Come, give it up. It is a great risk, and to go is not wise. It would be a pity for a man like you to fall into the hands of jinns and demons. Stay with me, and I will do whatever you wish." "O most delicious person," he answered, "you are very generous, and the choice of my life lies in truth in your hands. But I beg one favor of you. If you love me, so do I too love you. If you really love me, do not forbid me to make this journey, but help me as far as you can. Then it may be that I shall succeed. And if I return with my purpose fulfilled, I will marry you according to the law, and take you to my own country, and we will spend the rest of our lives together in pleasure and good companionship. Help me, if you can, and give me your counsel." "O very stuff of my life," replied Jamila, "I will give you things that are not in kings' treasuries, and which wills of the greatest use to you. First, there are the bow and arrows of His Reverence the Prophet Salah. Secondly, there is the scorpion of Solomon, on whom be peace, which is a sword such as no king has. Steel and stone are one to it. If you bring it down on a rock, it will not be injured, and it will cleave whatever you strike. Thirdly, there is the dagger which the sage Timus himself made. This is most useful, and the man who wears it would not bend under 7 camels' loads. What you have to do first is to get to the home of the Simurgh, and to make friends with him. If he favors you, he will take you to Wak of Kaf. If not, you will never get there, for 7 seas are on the way, and they are such seas that if all the kings of the earth, and all their wazirs, and all their wise men considered for 1,000 years, they would not be able to cross them." "O most delicious person, where is the Simurgh's home? How shall I get there? O new fruit of life, you must just do what I tell you. And you must use your eyes and your brains, for if you don't, you will find yourself at the place of the Negroes, who are a bloodthirsty set, and God forbid they should lay hands on your precious person." Then she took the bow and quiver of arrows, the sword and the dagger out of a box, and the prince let fall a Bismillah, and girt them all on. Then Jamila of the Houri face produced 2 saddlebags of ruby-red silk, one filled with roasted fowl and little cakes, and the other with stones of price. Next, she gave him a horse as swift as the breeze of the morning. And she said, "Accept all these things from me. Ride till you come to a rising ground, at no great distance from here, where there is a spring. It is called the Place of Gifts, and you must stay there one night. There you will see many wild beasts, lions, tigers, leopards, apes, and so on. Before you get there, you must capture some game. On the long road beyond, there dwells a lion king. Allah, if other beasts did not fear him, they would ravage the whole country and let no one pass. The lion is a red transgressor. So when he comes, rise and do him reverence. Take a cloth and rub the dust and earth from his face. Then set the game you have taken before him, well cleansed, and lay the hands of respect on your breast. When he wishes to eat, take your knife and cut pieces of the meat and set them before him with a bow. In this way, you will enfold that lion king in perfect friendship, and he will be most useful to you, and you will be safe from molestation by the Negroes. When you go on from the Place of Gifts, be sure you do not take the right-hand road. Take the left, for the other leads by the Negro Castle, which is known as the Place of Clashing Swords, and where there are 40 Negro captains, each over 3,000 or 4,000 more. Their chief is Taramtak. Further on than this is the home of the Simurgh. Having stored these things in the prince's memory, she said, "You will see everything happen, just as I have said." Then she escorted him a little way. They parted, and she went home to mourn his absence. Prince Almas, relying on the causer of causes, rode on to the Place of Gifts and dismounted at the platform. Everything happened just as Jamila had foretold. When 1 or 2 watches of the night had passed, he saw that the open ground around him was full of such stately and splendid animals as he had never seen before. By and by, they made way for a wonderfully big lion, which was 80 yards from nose to tail tip, and was a magnificent creature. The prince advanced and saluted it. It proudly drooped its head and forelocks and paced to the platform. 70 or 80 others were with it, and now encircled it at a little distance. It laid its right paw over its left, and the prince took the kerchief Jamila had given him for the purpose, and rubbed the dust and earth from its face. Then brought forward the game he had prepared, and crossing his hands respectfully on his breast, stood waiting before it. When it wished for food, he cut off pieces of the meat and put them in its mouth. The serving lions also came near, and the prince would have stayed his hand, but the king lion signed to him to feed them too. This he did, laying the meat on the platform, Then the king lion beckoned the prince to come near and said, "Sleep at ease. My guards will watch." So, surrounded by the lion guard, he slept till dawn, when the king lion said goodbye and gave him a few of his own hairs and said, "When you are in any difficulty, burn one of these, and I will be there." Then it went off into the jungle. Father Grumbler. Once upon a time, there lived a man who had nearly as many children as there were sparrows in the garden. He had to work very hard all day to get them enough to eat, and was often tired and cross, and abused everything and everybody, so that people called him Father Grumbler. By and by, he grew weary of always working, and on Sundays he lay a long while in bed instead of going to church. Then, after a time, he found it dull to sit so many hours by himself, thinking of nothing but how to pay the rent that was owing. And as the tavern across the road looked bright and cheerful, he walked in one day and sat down with his friends. "It was just to chase away care," he said. But when he came out, hours and hours after, care came out with him. Father Grumbler entered his house, feeling more dismal than when he left it, for he knew that he had wasted both his time and his money. "I will go and see the holy man in the cave near the well," he said to himself, "and perhaps he can tell me why all the luck is for other people, and only misfortunes happen to me." And he set out at once for the cave. It was a long way off, and the road led over mountains and through valleys. But at last he reached the cave where the holy man dwelt, and knocked at the door. "Who is there?" asked a voice from within. "It is I, holy man, Father Grumbler, you know, who has as many children as sparrows in the garden." "Well, and what is it that you want?" "I want to know why other people have all the luck, and only misfortunes happen to me." The holy man did not answer, but went into an inner cave, from which he came out bearing something in his hand. "Do you see this basket?" said he. "It is a magical basket, and if you are hungry, you have only got to say, 'Little basket, little basket, do your duty,' and you will eat the best dinner you ever had in your life. But when you have had enough, be sure you don't forget to cry out. That will do for today. Oh, and one thing more, you need not show it to everybody, and declare that I have give it to you. Do you understand?" Father Grumbler was always accustomed to think of himself as so unlucky that he did not know whether the holy man was not playing a trick upon him. But he took the basket without being polite enough to say either "thank you" or "good morning," and went away. However, he only waited till he was out of sight of the cave before he stooped down and whispered, "Little basket, do your duty." Now the basket had a lid, so that he could not see what was inside, but he heard quite clearly strange noises, as if a sort of scuffling was going on. Then the lid burst open, and a quantity of delicious little white rolls came tumbling out one after the other, followed by a stream of small fishes already cooked. What a quantity there were, to be sure. The whole road was covered with them, and the banks on each side were beginning to disappear. Father Grumbler felt quite frightened at the torrent, but at last he remembered what the holy man had told him, and cried at the top of his voice, "Enough! Enough! That will do for today." And the lid of the basket closed with a snap. Father Grumbler sighed with relief and happiness as he looked around him, and sitting down on a heap of stones, he ate till he could eat no more. Trout, salmon, turbot, soles, and 100 other fishes whose names he did not know lay boiled, fried, and grilled within reach of his hands. As the holy man had said, he had never eaten such a dinner. Still, when he had done, he shook his head and grumbled, "Yes, there is plenty to eat, of course, but it only makes me thirsty, and there is not a drop to drink anywhere." Yet, somehow, he could never tell why. He looked up and saw the tavern in front of him, which he thought was miles and miles and miles away. "Bring the best wine you have got, and 2 glasses, good mother," he said as he entered. "And if you are fond of fish, there is enough here to feed the house. Only there is no need to chatter about it all over the place. You understand? Eh?" And without waiting for an answer, he whispered to the basket, little basket, do your duty." The innkeeper and his wife thought that their customer had gone suddenly mad, and watched him closely, ready to spring on him if he became violent. But both instinctively jumped backwards, nearly into the fire, as rolls and fishes of every kind came tumbling out of the basket, covering the tables and chairs and the floor, and even overflowing into the street. Be quick, and pick them up," cried the man. "And if these are not enough, there are plenty more to be had for the asking." The innkeeper and his wife did not need telling twice. Down they went on their knees and gathered up everything they could lay hands on. But busy though they seemed, they found time to whisper to each other, "If we can only get hold of that basket, it will make our fortune." So they began by inviting Father Grumbler to sit down to the table, and brought out the best wine in the cellar, hoping it might loosen his tongue. But Father Grumbler was wiser than they gave him credit for, and though they tried in all manner of ways to find out who had given him the basket, he put them off, and kept his secret to himself. Unluckily, though he did not speak, he did drink. and it was not long before he fell fast asleep. Then the woman fetched from her kitchen a basket, so like the magic one that no one, without looking very closely, could tell the difference, and placed it in Father Grumbler's hand, while she hid the other carefully away. It was dinner time when the man awoke, and, jumping up hastily, he set out for home, where he found all the children gathered round a basin of thin soup, and pushing their wooden bowls forward, hoping to have the first spoonful. Their father burst into the midst of them, bearing his basket, and crying, "Don't spoil your appetites, children, with that stuff. Do you see this basket? Well, I have only got to say, 'Little basket, little basket, do your duty,' and you will see what will happen. Now you shall say it instead of me for a treat." The children, wondering and delighted, repeated the words, but nothing happened. Again and again they tried, but the basket was only a basket, with a few scales of fish sticking to the bottom, for the innkeeper's wife had taken it to market the day before. "What is the matter with the thing?" cried the father at last, snatching the basket from them and turning it all over, grumbling and swearing while he did so, under the eyes of his astonished wife and children, who did not know whether to cry or to laugh. "It certainly smells of fish," he said, and then he stopped, for a sudden thought had come to him. Suppose it is not mine at all? Supposing, the scoundrels! And without listening to his wife and children, who were frightened at his strange conduct and begged him to stay at home, he ran across to the tavern and burst open the door. "Can I do anything for you, Father Grumbler?" asked the innkeeper's wife in her softest voice. "I have taken the wrong basket, by mistake, of course," said he. "Here is yours. Will you give me back my own?" "Why, what are you talking about?" answered she. "You can see for yourself that there is no basket here." And though Father Grumbler did look, it was quite true that none was to be seen. "Come, take a glass to warm you this cold day," said the woman, who was anxious to keep him in a good temper. And as this was an invitation, Father Grumbler never refused. He tossed it off and left the house. He took the road that led to the holy man's cave, and made such haste that it was not long before he reached it. "Who is there?" said a voice in answer to his knock. It is me, holy man. You know quite well. Father Grumbler, who has as many children as sparrows in the garden. But, my good man, it was only yesterday that I gave you a handsome present." "Yes, holy man, and here it is. But something has happened. I don't know what, and it won't work anymore." "Well, put it down. I will go and see if I can find anything for you." In a few minutes, the holy man returned with a cock under his arm. "Listen to me," he said. "Whenever you want money, you only have to say, 'Show me what you can do, cock.' and you will see some wonderful things. But remember, it is not necessary to let all the world into the secret. Oh no, holy man, I am not so foolish as that, nor to tell everybody that I gave it to you, went on the holy man. I have not got these treasures by the dozen. And without waiting for an answer, he shut the door. As before, the distance seemed to have wonderfully shortened, and in a moment, the tavern rose up in front of Father Grumbler. Without stopping to think, he went straight in and found the innkeeper's wife in the kitchen making a cake. "Where have you come from with that fine red cock in your basket?" asked she, for the bird was so big that the lid wouldn't shut down properly. "Oh, I come from a place where they don't keep these things by the dozen," he replied, sitting down in front of the table. The woman said no more, but set before him a bottle of his favorite wine, and soon he began to wish to display his prize. "Show me what you can do, cock," cried he. And the cock stood up and flapped his wings 3 times, crowing "Cocerico" with a voice like a trumpet. And at each crow there fell from his beak golden drops and diamonds as large as peas. This time, Father Grumbler did not invite the innkeeper's wife to pick up his treasures, but put his own hat under the cock's beak, so as to catch everything he let fall. And he did not see the husband and wife exchanging glances with each other, which said, "That would be a splendid cock to put with our basket. Have another glass of wine?" suggested the innkeeper, when they had finished admiring the beauty of the cock, for they pretended not to have seen the gold or the diamonds. And Father Grumbler, nothing loath, drank one glass after another, till his head fell forward on the table, and once more he was sound asleep. Then the woman gently coaxed the cock from the basket and carried it off to her own poultry yard, from which she brought one exactly like it, and popped it in its place. Night was falling when the man awoke, and throwing proudly some grains of gold on the table to pay for the wine he had drunk, he tucked the cock comfortably into his basket and set out for home. His wife and all the children were waiting for him at the door, and as soon as she caught sight of him, she broke out, "You are a nice man to go wasting your time and your money drinking in that tavern and leaving us to starve. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? You don't know what you are talking of," he answered. "Money? Why, I have gold and diamonds now, as much as I want. Do you see that cock? Well, you have only to say to him, 'Show me what you can do, cock,' and something splendid will happen." Neither wife nor children were inclined to put much faith in him after their last experience. However, they thought it was worth trying, and did as he told them. The cock flew round the room like a mad thing, and crowed till their heads nearly split with the noise, but no gold or diamonds dropped on the brick floor, not the tiniest grain of either. Father Grumbler stared in silence for an instant. And then he began to swear so loudly that even his family, accustomed as they were to his language, wondered at him. At last, he grew a little quieter, but remained as puzzled as ever. Can I have forgotten the words? But I know that was what he said, and I saw the diamonds with my own eyes. Then suddenly, he seized the cock, shut it into the basket, and rushed out of the house. His heavy wooden shoes clattered as he ran along the road, and he made such haste that the stars were only just beginning to come out when he reached the cave of the holy man. "Who is that knocking?" asked a voice from within. "It is me, holy man, you know, Father." "But my good fellow, you really should give someone else a chance. This is the third time you have been, and at such an hour, too." "Oh yes, holy man, I know it is very late, but you will forgive me. It is your cock. There is something the matter. It is like the basket. Look, that my cock, that my basket. Somebody has played you a trick, my good man." "A trick?" repeated Father Grumbler, who began to understand what had happened. "Then it must have been those two?" "I warned you not to show them to anybody," said the holy man. "You deserve. But I will give you one more chance." And turning, he unhooked something from the wall. "When you wish to dust your own jacket or those of your friends," he said, "you have only got to say, flack, flick, switch. Be quick, and you will see what happens. That is all I have to tell you." And smiling to himself, the holy man pushed Father Grumbler out of the cave. "Ah, I understand now," muttered the good man as he took the road home. "But I think I have got you two rascals." And he hurried on to the tavern with his basket under his arm, and the cock and the switch both inside. "Good evening, friends," he said as he entered the inn. "I am very hungry, and should be glad if you would roast this cock for me as soon as possible. This cock and no other. Mind what I say," he went on. "Oh, and another thing. You can light the fire with this basket. When you have done that, I will show you something I have in my bag." And as he spoke, he tried to imitate the smile that the holy man had given him. These directions made the innkeeper's wife very uneasy. However, she said nothing, and began to roast the cock, while her husband did his best to make the man sleepy with wine, but all in vain. After dinner, which he did not eat without grumbling, for the cock was very tough, the man struck his hand on the table and said, "Now listen to me. Go and fetch my cock and my basket at once. Do you hear? Your cock and your basket, Father Grumbler. But you have just..." "My cock and my basket," interrupted he. "And if you are too deaf and too stupid to understand what that means, I have got something which may help to teach you." And opening the bag, he cried, "Flack, flick, switch, be quick, and flack, flick." Like lightning, a white switch sprang out of the bag and gave such hearty blows to the innkeeper and his wife, and to Father Grumbler into the bargain, that they all jumped as high as feathers when a mattress is shaken. "Stop, stop, make it stop, and you shall have back your cock and basket," cried the man and his wife. And Father Grumbler, who had no wish to go on, called out between his hops, "Stop then, can't you? That is enough for today." But the switch paid no attention, and dealt out its blows as before, and might have been dealing them to this day, if the holy man had not heard their cries and come to the rescue. "Into the bag, quick," said he, and the switch obeyed. "Now go and fetch me the cock and the basket." And the woman went without a word and placed them on the table. "You have all got what you deserved," continued the holy man, "and I have no pity for any of you. I shall take my treasures home, and perhaps some day I may find a man who knows how to make the best of the chances that are given to him. But that will never be you," he added, turning to Father Grumbler. "The sacred milk of Koumongoes, far away, in a very hot country, there once lived a man and woman who had 2 children, a son named Kouan and a daughter called Tame. Early in the morning and late in the evenings, the parents worked hard in the fields, resting when the sun was high under the shade of some tree. While they were absent, the little girl kept house alone, for her brother always got up before the dawn, when the air was fresh and cool, and drove out the cattle to the sweetest patches of grass he could find. One day, when Kouan had slept later than usual, his father and mother went to their work before him, and there was only Thakan to be seen, busy making the bread for supper. "Thakan," he said, "I am thirsty. Give me a drink from the tree Koumongoes, which has the best milk in the world." "Oh, Kouan," cried his sister, "you know that we are forbidden to touch that tree. What would father say when he came home? For he would be sure to know." "Nonsense," replied Kouan. "There is so much milk in Koumongoes that he will never miss a little. If you won't give it to me, I shan't take the cattle out. They will just have to stay all day in the hut, and you know that they will starve." And he turned from her in a rage and sat down in the corner. After a while, Thakane said to him, "It is getting hot. Had you better drive out the cattle now?" But Kouan only answered sulkily, "I told you I am not going to drive them out at all. If I have to do without milk, they shall do without grass." Thakane did not know what to do. She was afraid to disobey her parents, who would most likely beat her. Yet the beasts would be sure to suffer if they were kept in. and she would perhaps be beaten for that too. So at last she took an owl and a tiny earthen bowl. She cut a very small hole in the side of Koumongoes, and out gushed enough milk to fill the bowl. "Here is the milk you wanted," said she, going up to Koumongoes, who was still sulking in his corner. "What is the use of that?" grumbled Koumongoes. "Why, there is not enough to drown a fly. Go and get me 3 times as much." Trembling with fright, Thakan returned to the tree and struck it a sharp blow with the axe. In an instant, there poured forth such a stream of milk that it ran like a river into the hut. "Koumongoes! Koumongoes!" cried she. "Come and help me to plug up the hole. There will be no milk left for our father and mother." But Koumongoes could not stop it any more than Thakan, and soon the milk was flowing through the hut downhill towards their parents in the fields below. The man saw a white stream a long way off and guessed what had happened. "Wife, wife," he called loudly to the woman, who was working at a little distance. "Do you see Koumongoes running fast down the hill? That is some mischief of the children's, I am sure. I must go home and find out what is the matter." And they both threw down their hoes and hurried to the side of Koumongoes. Kneeling on the grass, the man and his wife made a cup of their hands and drank the milk from it. And no sooner had they done this than Koumongoes flowed back again up the hill and entered the hut. "Thakan," said the parents severely, when they reached home panting from the heat of the sun. "What have you been doing? Why did Koumongoes come to us in the fields instead of staying in the garden?" "It was Koumongoes' fault," answered Thakan. "He would not take the cattle to feed until he drank some of the milk from Koumongoes. So, as I did not know what else to do, I gave it to him." The father listened to Thakan's words, but made no answer. Instead, he went outside and brought in 2 sheepskins, which he stained red and sent for a blacksmith to forge some iron rings. The rings were then passed over Thakan's arms and legs and neck, and the skins fastened on her before and behind. When all was ready, the man sent for his servants and said, "I am going to get rid of Thakan." "Get rid of your only daughter?" they answered in surprise. "But why?" "Because she has eaten what she ought not to have eaten. She has touched the sacred tree which belongs to her mother and me alone." And turning his back, he called to Thakan to follow him, and they went down the road which led to the dwelling of an ogre. They were passing along some fields where the corn was ripening, when a rabbit suddenly sprang out at their feet, and standing on its hind legs, it sang, "Why do you give to the ogre your child? So fair, so fair." "You had better ask her," replied the man. "She is old enough to give you an answer." Then, in her turn, Thakan sang, "I gave Koumongoes to Koumongoes to the keeper of beasts. for without Koumongoes they could not go to the meadows. Without Koumongoes they would starve in the hut. That was why I gave him the Koumongoes of my father. And when the rabbit heard that, he cried, "Wretched man! It is you whom the ogre should eat, and not your beautiful daughter." But the father paid no heed to what the rabbit said, and only walked on the faster, bidding Thakan to keep close behind him. By and by, they met with a troop of great deer called elands, and they stopped when they saw Thakan and sang, "Why do you give to the ogre your child, so fair, so fair?" "You had better ask her," replied the man. "She is old enough to give you an answer." Then, in her turn, Thakane sang, "I gave Koumongoes to Koan, Koumongoes to the keeper of beasts. For without Koumongoes they could not go to the meadows. Without Koumongoes they would starve in the hut. That was why I gave him the Koumongoes of my father." And the elands all cried, "Wretched man! It is you whom the ogre should eat, and not your beautiful daughter." By this time it was nearly dark, and the father said they could travel no further that night, and must go to sleep where they were. Thakan was thankful indeed when she heard this, for she was very tired, and found the 2 skins fastened round her almost too heavy to carry. So, in spite of her dread of the ogre, she slept till dawn, when her father woke her and told her roughly that he was ready to continue their journey. Crossing the plain, the girl and her father passed a herd of gazelles feeding. They lifted their heads, wondering who was out so early. And when they caught sight of Thakan, they sang, "Why do you give to the ogre your child, so fair, so fair?" "You had better ask her," replied the man. "She is old enough to answer for herself." Then, in her turn, Thakane sang, "I gave Koumongoes to Koan, Koumongoes to the keeper of beasts. For without Koumongoes they could not go to the meadows. Without Koumongoes they would starve in the hut. That was why I gave him the Koumongoes of my father." And the gazelles all cried, "Wretched man! It is you whom the ogre should eat, and not your beautiful daughter." At last they arrived at the village where the ogre lived, and they went straight to his hut. He was nowhere to be seen, but in his place was his son Masilo, who was not an ogre at all, but a very polite young man. He ordered his servants to bring a pile of skins for Thakan to sit on, but told her father he must sit on the ground. Then, catching sight of the girl's face, which she had kept down, he was struck by its beauty, and put the same question that the rabbit and the elands and the gazelles had done. Thakane answered him as before, and he instantly commanded that she should be taken to the hut of his mother and placed under her care, while the man should be led to his father. Directly the ogre saw him, he bade the servant throw him into the great pot, which always stood ready on the fire, and in 5 minutes he was done to a turn, After that, the servant returned to Masilo and related all that had happened. Now Masilo had fallen in love with Thakane the moment he saw her. At first, he did not know what to make of this strange feeling. For all his life, he had hated women and had refused several brides whom his parents had chosen for him. However, they were so anxious that he should marry, that they willingly accepted the Khan as their daughter-in-law, though she did bring any marriage portion with her. After some time, a baby was born to her, and Thakane thought it was the most beautiful baby that ever was seen. But when her mother-in-law saw it was a girl, she wrung her hands and wept, saying, "O miserable mother, miserable child, alas for you! Why were you not a boy?" Thakane, in great surprise, asked the meaning of her distress, and the old woman told her that it was the custom in that country that all the girls who were born should be given to the ogre to eat. Then Thakane clasped the baby tightly in her arms and cried, "But it is not the customer in my country. There, when children die, they are buried in the earth. No one shall take my baby from me." That night, when everyone in the hut was asleep, Thakane rose, and carrying her baby on her back, went down to a place where the river spread itself out into a large lake, with tall willows all round the bank. Here, hidden from everyone, she sat down on a stone and began to think what she should do to save her child. Suddenly, she heard a rustling among the willows, and an old woman appeared before her. "What are you crying for, my dear?" said she, and Thakane answered, "I was crying for my baby. I cannot hide her forever, and if the ogre sees her, he will eat her, and I would rather she was drowned than that." "What you say is true," replied the old woman. "Give me your child, and let me take care of it. And if you will fix a day to meet me here, I will bring the baby." Then the Khan dried her eyes and gladly accepted the old woman's offer. When she got home, she told her husband she had thrown it in the river. And as he had watched her go in that direction, he never thought of doubting what she said. On the appointed day, the Khan slipped out when everybody was busy and ran down the path that led to the lake. As soon as she got there, she crouched down among the willows and sang softly, "Bring to me Dyla, Dyla the rejected one, Dyla, whom her father Masilo cast out." And in a moment, the old woman appeared, holding the baby in her arms. Dyla had become so big and strong that the Khan's heart was filled with joy and gratitude, and she stayed as long as she dared, playing with her baby. At last, she felt she must return to the village, lest she should be missed, and the child was handed back to the old woman, who vanished with her into the lake. Children grow up very quickly when they live underwater, and in less time than anyone could suppose, Dyla had changed from a baby to a woman. Her mother came to visit her whenever she was able, and one day, when they were sitting talking together, they were spied out by a man who had come to cut willows to weave into baskets. He was so surprised to see how like the face of the girl was to Masilo that he left his work and returned to the village. "Masilo," he said, as he entered the hut, "I have just beheld your wife near the river with a girl who must be your daughter. She is so like you. We have been deceived, for we all thought she was dead." When he heard this, Masilo tried to look shocked because his wife had broken the law. But in his heart, he was very glad. "But what shall we do now?" asked he. "Make sure for yourself that I am speaking the truth by hiding among the bushes the first time Thakan says she is going to bathe in the river, and waiting till the girl appears." For some days, Thakane stayed quietly at home, and her husband began to think that the man had been mistaken. But at last she said to her husband, "I am going to bathe in the river." "Well, you can go," answered he. But he ran down quickly by another path and got there first, and hid himself in the bushes. An instant later, the Khan arrived, and standing on the bank, she sang, "Bring to me Dila, Dila the rejected one, Dila, whom her father Masilo cast out." Then the old woman came out of the water, holding the girl, now tall and slender by the hand. And as Masilo looked, he saw that she was indeed his daughter. And he wept for joy that she was not lying dead in the bottom of the lake. The old woman, however, seemed uneasy and said to Thakane, "I feel as if someone was watching us. I will not leave the girl today, but will take her back with me." And sinking beneath the surface, she drew the girl after her. After they had gone, the Khan returned to the village, which Masilo had managed to reach before her. All the rest of the day, he sat in a corner weeping. And his mother, who came in, asked, "Why are you weeping so bitterly, my son?" "My head aches," he answered. "It aches very badly." And his mother passed on and left him alone. In the evening, he said to his wife, "I have seen my daughter in the place where you told me you had drowned her. Instead, she lives at the bottom of the lake and has now grown into a young woman." "I don't know what you are talking about," replied Thakan. "I buried my child under the sand on the beach." Then Masilo implored her to give the child back to him, but she would not listen, and only answered, "If I were to give her back, you would only obey the laws of your country and take her to your father, the ogre, and she would be eaten." But Masilo promised that he would never let his father see her, and that now she was a woman, no one would try to hurt her. So Thakan's heart melted, and she went down to the lake to consult the old woman. "What am I to do?" she asked, when, after clapping her hands, the old woman appeared before her. "Yesterday, Masilo beheld Dila, and ever since he has entreated me to give him back his daughter. If I let her go, he must pay me 1,000 head of cattle in exchange," replied the old woman. And Thakan carried her answer back to Masilo. "Why, I would gladly give her 2,000, cried he, "for she has saved my daughter." And he bade messengers hasten to all the neighboring villages and tell his people to send him at once all the cattle he possessed. When they were all assembled, he chose 1,000 of the finest bulls and cows and drove them down to the river, followed by a great crowd, wondering what would happen. Then Thakan stepped forward in front of the cattle and sang, "Bring to me Dila, Dila the rejected one, Dila whom her father Masilo cast out." And Dila came from the waters, holding out her hands to Masilo and Thakan. And in her place the cattle sank into the lake, and were driven by the old woman to the great city filled with people, which lies at the bottom. How some wild animals became tame ones. Once upon a time, there lived a miller who was so rich that, when he was going to be married, he asked to the feast not only his own friends, but also the wild animals who dwelt in the hills and woods round about. The chief of the bears, the wolves, the foxes, the horses, the cows, the goats, the sheep, and the reindeer, all received invitations. And as they were not accustomed to weddings, they were greatly pleased and flattered, and sent back messages in the politest language that they would certainly be there. The first to start on the morning of the wedding day was the bear, who always liked to be punctual. And besides, he had a long way to go, and his hair, being so thick and rough, needed a good brushing before it was fit to be seen at a party. However, he took care to awaken very early and set off down the road with a light heart. Before he had walked very far, he met a boy who came whistling along, hitting at the tops of the flowers with a stick. "Where are you going?" said he, looking at the bear in surprise, for he was an old acquaintance, and not generally so smart. "Oh, just to the miller's marriage," answered the bear carelessly. "Of course, I would much rather stay at home, but the miller was so anxious I should be there that I really could not refuse." "Don't go, don't go," cried the boy. "If you do, you will never come back. You have got the most beautiful skin in the world, just the kind that everyone is wanting. And they will be sure to kill you and strip you of it." "I had not thought of that," said the bear, whose face turned white, only nobody could see it. "If you are certain that they would be so wicked. But perhaps you are jealous because nobody has invited you." "Oh, nonsense," replied the boy angrily. "Do as you see. It is your skin and not mine. I don't care what becomes of it." And he walked quickly on with his head in the air. The bear waited until he was out of sight, and then followed him slowly, for he felt in his heart that the boy's advice was good, though he was too proud to say so. The boy soon grew tired of walking along the road and turned off into the woods, where there were bushes he could jump and streams he could wade. But he had not gone far before he met the wolf. "Where are you going?" asked he, for it was not the first time he had seen him. "Oh, just to the miller's marriage," answered the wolf, as the bear had done before him. "It is rather tiresome, of course. Weddings are always so stupid, but still, one must be good-natured." "Don't go," said the boy again. "Your skin is so thick and warm, and winter is not far off now. They will kill you and strip it from you." The wolf's jaw dropped in astonishment and terror. "Do you really think that would happen?" he gasped. "Yes, to be sure, I do," answered the boy. "But it is your affair, not mine. So, good morning." And on he went. The wolf stood still for a few minutes, for he was trembling all over, and then crept quietly back to his cave. Next, the boy met the fox, whose lovely coat of silvery gray was shining in the sun. "You look very fine," said the boy, stopping to admire him. "Are you going to the miller's wedding too?" "Yes," answered the fox. "It is a long journey to take for such a thing as that. But you know what the miller's friends are like, so dull and heavy. It is only kind to go and amuse them a little." "You poor fellow," said the boy pityingly. "Take my advice and stay at home. If you once enter the miller's gate, his dogs will tear you in pieces." "Ah, well, such things have occurred, I know," replied the fox gravely. And without saying any more, he trotted off the way he had come. His tail had scarcely disappeared when a great noise of crashing branches was heard, and up bounded the horse, his black skin glistening like satin. "Good morning," he called to the boy as he galloped past. "I can't wait to talk to you now. I have promised the miller to be present at his wedding feast, and they won't sit down till I come." "Stop! Stop!" cried the boy after him, and there was something in his voice that made the horse pull up. "What is the matter?" asked he. "You don't know what you are doing," said the boy. "If once you go there, you will never gallop through these woods anymore. You are stronger than many men, but they will catch you and put ropes round you, and you will have to work and to serve them all the days of your life." The horse threw back his head at these words and laughed scornfully. "Yes, I am stronger than many men," answered he, "and all the ropes in the world would not hold me. Let them bind me as fast as they will. I can always break loose and return to the forest and freedom." And with this proud speech, he gave a whisk of his long tail and galloped away faster than before. But when he reached the miller's house, everything happened as the boy had said. While he was looking at the guests and thinking how much handsomer and stronger he was than any of them, a rope was suddenly flung over his head, and he was thrown down and a bit thrust between his teeth. Then, in spite of his struggles, he was dragged to a stable and shut up for several days without any food, till his spirit was broken and his coat had lost its gloss. After that, he was harnessed to a plow and had plenty of time to remember all he had lost through not listening to the counsel of the boy. When the horse had turned a deaf ear to his words, the boy wandered idly along, sometimes gathering wild strawberries from a bank, and sometimes plucking wild cherries from a tree, till he reached a clearing in the middle of the forest. Crossing this open space was a beautiful milk-white cow with a wreath of flowers round her neck. "Good morning," she said pleasantly, as she came up to the place where the boy was standing. "Good morning," he returned. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" "To the miller's wedding. I am rather late already, for the wreath took such a long time to make, so I can't stop." "Don't go," said the boy earnestly. "When once they have tasted your milk, they will never let you leave them, and you will have to serve them all the days of your life." "Oh, nonsense! What do you know about it?" answered the cow, who always thought she was wiser than other people. "Why, I can run twice as fast as any of them. I should like to see anybody try to keep me against my will." And without even a polite bow, she went on her way, feeling very much offended. But everything turned out just as the boy had said. The company had all heard of the fame of the cow's milk, and persuaded her to give them some, and then her doom was sealed. A crowd gathered round her and held her horns so that she could not use them. And, like the horse, she was shut in the stable, and only let out in the mornings when a long rope was tied round her head, and she was fastened to a stake in a grassy meadow. And so it happened to the goat and to the sheep. Last of all came the reindeer, looking as he always did, as if some serious business was on hand. "Where are you going?" asked the boy, who by this time was tired of wild cherries and was thinking of his dinner. "I am invited to the wedding," answered the reindeer, "and the miller has begged me on no account to fail him." "Oh, fool," cried the boy. "Have you no sense at all? Don't you know that when you get there, they will hold you fast? For neither beast nor bird is as strong or as swift as you." "That is exactly why I am quite safe," replied the reindeer. "I am so strong that no one can bind me, and so swift that not even an arrow can catch me. So, goodbye for the present. You will soon see me back." But none of the animals that went to the miller's wedding ever came back. And because they were self-willed and conceited, and would not listen to good advice, they and their children have been the servants of men to this very day.